The road ended in a curve I hadn't noticed on the map. One moment I was surrounded by the dull, gray blur of the highway. The next I was swallowed by a narrow dirt track, uneven, and lined with trees that arched over so tightly it felt like a tunnel. The tires crunched over the loose stones, each sound magnified in the heavy silence, as though the forest had swallowed the world behind me. I had left the town hours ago, but already it felt like I had left more than the pavement. I had left everything normal behind. The air changed too. It was thicker here, heavier, carrying that damp, mossy smell that clung to clothes and hair, a smell that felt old, ancient, like it had lingered long before me. I hadn't been expecting much when I booked this cabin. A weekend alone, a break from the constant hum of city life. But now, seeing the thin wisp of smoke rising from its chimney, even from this distance, it didn't feel inviting. It felt like it was waiting, like it had been waiting. The first thing I noticed as I walked up to the cabin was how still everything was. Not just the trees, or the sky, or the way the fog seemed to curl around the edges of the clearing, but the very air itself. No birds, no wind stirring the branches, no hint of life beyond my own footsteps. Every sound I made seemed to echo for a heartbeat longer than it should. I tried to brush it off as nerves, but there was something odd in the way the silence held as though listening. The cabin's wood was darkened with age, streaked with black and green, like the forest had pressed its own pattern onto it. The door hung slightly crooked, the hinges old and groaning when I pushed it. Inside, the air was warmer, musty, the faint scent of smoke mingling with mildew. Sunlight fell in uneven beams across the wooden floor, catching dust motes that danced like tiny spirits in the air. I set my bag down and ran my fingers along the table near the fireplace. The wood was rough, worn by years, and I felt an odd sense of history pressing against me, like I was stepping into someone else's life, frozen and untouched. There were signs I wasn't the first here in a long time, yet there was no one around. Cups on shelves, neatly stacked, covered in a fine layer of dust. A chair slightly out of place. A pair of boots by the doorway too small, like they belonged to a child. I froze when I saw them. I had no idea whose they were or why they hadn't been moved, but there was a feeling, intangible but undeniable, that someone or something had been watching this place even after everyone had left. Outside, the trees pressed closer. I could see the thin trail of the path winding back into the woods, disappearing among shadows that deepened even in the faint sunlight. I kept looking, almost expecting to see someone standing there, watching. But there was nothing, only the quiet, and the stillness that seemed too deliberate. I explored the cabin slowly, room by room. Each step creaked the floorboards in a way that felt personal, like the house itself was responding to me, acknowledging my presence. I found a small bookshelf in one corner, books lined up neatly, spines faded. Titles I recognized, some I didn't. But there was one that made me pause, a thin, leather-bound journal, its cover worn. I ran my thumb over the edges, hesitant. Something made me resist opening it, though curiosity clawed at me. Instead, I set it back down, a small but persistent question forming in my mind. Who had written in this book? And what had they written that kept them here, long after they were gone? The fireplace had a small stack of logs, dry but untouched. The mantel above it held a few trinkets, a small carved animal, a photograph of a family, all faces blurred by time. It wasn't abandoned in the sense of emptiness. It was abandoned in the sense of someone having left it behind, preserved in the way people preserve memories they can't let go of. That was when I noticed the first sound that didn't belong to me, a faint creak like the bending of wood. I froze. The kind of pause where your mind races to place it and you can't. Another creak, slightly louder, then silence. I told myself it was just the house settling. Old wood moves in strange ways, but it wasn't comforting. It was the wrong kind of familiar. I moved toward the window to peer outside. Fog had started rolling in more thickly, drifting between the trees, curling around the cabin like a slow tide. Shapes formed in the mist, branches that looked almost like arms, shadows that seemed to shift just at the edge of vision. And I thought I saw a figure, pale and thin, standing far back where the path curved. I blinked. Nothing, only the trees and the fog. My heart was hammering. I told myself I was seeing things. Fog does that. Shadows do that. Your mind plays tricks when you're alone. But there was a pull, a sense that if I looked too long, I might see something I couldn't unsee. I went to the kitchen to make tea, needing something normal, something to anchor me. The kettle rattled softly as I filled it with water. I set it on the stove and lit the burner, watching the flame flicker and cast uneven shadows across the walls. For a moment I felt a little silly, expecting fear in an empty cabin. But the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, reaching toward me. I turned quickly. Nothing, just the room, just me. My breath came faster, shallow, and I realized I had been holding it without noticing. I drank my tea slowly, listening to the quiet, trying to convince myself that I was safe. But every now and then a tiny sound would reach my ears. A snap of a twig outside, the rustle of leaves, maybe a bird, but nothing moved. I caught myself tensing each time, waiting for something I couldn't name. And then I thought about the journal again. What stories had been written here? What fear had these walls absorbed over the years? It wasn't just abandonment, it was a memory. And memories, especially old ones, have a weight. I walked through the cabin one last time before night fell. Each room seemed to whisper. The bedroom smelled faintly of old linen, and the bed, though neatly made, looked like someone had left in a hurry, sheets still rumpled slightly, a pillow pressed down unevenly. I touched it. No one was there. Still, it gave me a prickling sense that it had been used recently, or that someone had imagined it. I left it alone, moving toward the window in the living room to watch the forest as darkness crept in. The mist thickened, swallowing the path. Branches tapped against the siding in soft, irregular patterns. And then in the corner of my vision, I thought I saw movement. A shadow flickering across the edge of the room, gone when I looked directly. I sat down in the chair by the fireplace, feeling both exhausted and alert. The silence wasn't friendly. It wasn't comforting. It was watching, waiting, patient. I didn't want to stay up all night, yet I couldn't bring myself to sleep. Something in the house, in the air, demanded attention. A question maybe, or a warning. I remembered the boots by the door, small, out of place. And then in a flash of thought, the attic. I hadn't checked the attic. I hadn't wanted to, but something whispered to me from that corner of the cabin. Not literally, but in that strange, ungraspable way where your mind feels a presence and your skin pricks even though you know it might be nothing. What was up there? And why did I feel like it was waiting for me? Night was falling, the fog thickening outside, wrapping the cabin in a white, silent shroud. I didn't know what I expected when I came here: peace, escape, solitude. But as I sat there, staring at the dancing shadows cast by the fire, I realized that whatever this place was, it had other plans. The silence wasn't empty. It was alive. It was holding stories, secrets, and something else, something patient, observing, and perhaps amused by my presence. I finally looked toward the attic door. It was a simple wooden hatch in the ceiling, old but sturdy. The thought of opening it made my stomach knot, but I felt a pull I couldn't explain. I leaned back in the chair, listening to the soft groans of the cabin, to the faint tapping outside, and wondered if I would ever be able to leave. If the forest, the cabin, the air itself would let me go once it had me in its grip. Something shifted outside, a shadow or maybe a branch, I couldn't tell. But for a second I thought I saw movement that didn't belong, a fleeting shape, retreating, hiding in the fog. I shivered and pulled my knees closer, finishing the last sip of tea. Tomorrow, I told myself, I'd explore. Tomorrow, I'd check the attic. But tonight the cabin held me in silence, and I realized that silence had weight. It pressed against my chest, filled my ears, settled over me like a second skin. And in that silence, I understood something I didn't want to understand. The forest was patient, the cabin was patient. And they were both waiting for the moment I stopped being a visitor and became part of their story. And somewhere, deep in the mist beyond the trees, I thought I heard a footstep that wasn't mine. I thought I had felt the weight of this place yesterday when I first walked through the door, but today it pressed harder. The cabin felt alive, but not in a friendly way. Alive like a predator watching quietly from the shadows. I moved slowly across the floor, each step careful, listening to the creaks, the soft groans of old wood. At first it was nothing. The kind of quiet you expect from an old house that hasn't had laughter in decades. But then I noticed it, the subtle movements. It started with the walls, not the walls themselves, but the way they seemed to breathe. I swear I saw the wallpaper shift ever so slightly, a ripple that disappeared the second I blinked. I told myself it was the light, the way the sun slanted through the dusty windows. But when I turned my head, I caught the shadows bending just beyond the edge of sight. Long and thin, stretching across the floor like fingers reaching for something. I froze, heart hammering, and for a long moment convinced myself I had imagined it. Then came the whispers. I heard them first as I passed the small kitchen, standing too close to the corner where the wall met the ceiling. Faint at first, almost like wind brushing through cracks, voices too soft to understand. I stopped and held my breath. The whispers didn't continue. They didn't vanish exactly. They just paused as if waiting for me to move again. I stepped forward, each footfall loud in the silence, and they started again. Short fragments, words I couldn't piece together, rising and falling in a rhythm I couldn't predict. I tried to convince myself it was the house settling. Old wood makes strange sounds, especially in the warmth of the sun or the chill of the evening. But it wasn't like that. It was too deliberate, too conscious. There was a timing, a pattern I couldn't see, like the cabin itself was trying to speak to me, but only in riddles. Every creak, every whisper was a tiny push towards something I wasn't ready to understand. I found myself in the living room, tracing my fingers along the wooden paneling. The texture was rough, uneven, but I felt it beneath my fingertips, tiny vibrations, almost like a pulse. The air was heavier near the walls, dense with the smell of old wood and smoke. And the shadows, they kept moving. Not with me, not against me, but around me. Flickering across corners of the room I wasn't looking at, shifting when I thought I had seen them clearly. It made me question everything. My eyes, my ears, my memory of where I had placed my feet. I tried to focus on something concrete, the fireplace, the logs stacked neatly beside it. I ran my hand over one and it was cold to the touch, as though the fire had never been lit here in years. But in that instant I could have sworn I felt warmth from somewhere. Behind the walls, or maybe inside them. It was impossible, and yet undeniable. A flicker of heat that vanished the moment I turned to look at the empty hearth. The whispers grew louder, or maybe I just noticed them more. They weren't constant. They came and went like waves, leaving me in a tense silence in between. Words I couldn't catch, letters that didn't make sense. Sometimes a single syllable repeated over and over like a pulse. Stay, 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 my stomach nodded, and I realized I hadn't breathed in a long time. The urge to run was there, but so was a curious pull, an unreasoning need to follow the voices, to see where they led. I moved toward the staircase leading to the loft. The air grew cooler as I ascended, carrying a faint scent of damp wood, dust, and something metallic I couldn't identify. The whispers followed me up. Softer now, but insistent, teasing. I paused at the landing, listening. The attic hatch loomed above, and the shadows around it seemed darker, deeper. My own shadow stretched unnaturally along the stairs, and for a second I thought it moved without me. A shift, subtle, just at the corner of my vision. I spun. Nothing, yet I felt watched deeply, by a presence that had been here long before I arrived. I leaned against the wall at the top of the stairs. A faint scratching sound came from the room across the hall. I didn't know what it was, nothing had been in that room yesterday, but now I couldn't ignore it. The floorboards groaned with each hesitant step I took toward it. I forced myself to open the door, the hinge whining a high, lonely note. Inside, the room was empty, bare except for a single chair facing the far wall. And yet I could feel it, something had been here. Something had watched. My eyes traced the corners, the ceiling, the floor. Everything seemed normal, but nothing felt right. Then I noticed the wall. Small scratches, almost claw marks, etched into the plaster. They weren't deep, but they were deliberate. And beneath them, faint stains like something had been pressed there for years. I traced the lines with my fingertips, heart pounding. The scratches formed a pattern I couldn't decipher, but instinct told me they were meant to be read. A message left behind, perhaps by someone or something that had once occupied this place. The whispers were stronger now, almost forming words I could almost recognize. Do not leave, follow, see. My skin crawled, but I couldn't step back. I moved through the cabin, checking every corner. The whispers faded when I focused too hard, as if they were shy, hiding from direct attention. I realized the cabin was playing with me, teaching me or testing me. There was a rhythm here, a push and pull between the silence and the murmurs, the shadows and the light. And I was caught in the middle, unsure if I was the observer or the observed. The afternoon sun shifted, slanting differently through the windows. Shadows grew longer, stretching across the floor like thin, reaching fingers. I tried to follow them with my eyes, but they always moved just out of reach, bending around corners and behind doors. A flicker of movement caught my eye near the far wall. I thought I saw someone there, just a silhouette. I spun around, empty, but my chest was tight. I could feel it. Something was here, something that had always been here, that didn't need to be seen to be known. I found myself drawn back to the living room. The whispers were stronger, forming almost coherent phrases, now fragmented sentences. Watching alone, listen, danger. I shook my head. My own voice sounded strange when I whispered, small and hesitant, trying to speak over them. Who's there? No answer. Only the shift of shadows. Only the soft, persistent pulse of the walls, as though the house itself had a heartbeat, and it knew I was listening. I went to the window, hoping to see beyond the fog that was rolling in thickly now, hiding the trees and the path. The world outside was gray and featureless, except for the occasional branch that scraped the siding in the wind, or what I thought was wind. And then I noticed it, movement in the mist, faint and fleeting. A figure standing just beyond the clearing, pale, thin, unmoving. I blinked. Gone. But the whispering walls seemed to sigh, almost amused, as though they had shown me what they wanted. I returned to the chair by the fireplace, seeking a moment of calm. I tried to focus on the mundane, the roughness of the wood beneath my hands, the faint warmth of the hearth, the distant scent of moss from outside. But the whispers were relentless. I felt a coldness creeping along my spine, the subtle, invisible brush of something that wasn't there, yet left a mark on my awareness. And somewhere deep in the cabin, I felt the faintest vibration underfoot, like a footstep that wasn't mine. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time was slippery here. The shadows shifted constantly, the whispers morphing with every small movement I made. I realized I couldn't tell where the cabin ended and the mist outside began. I tried to readjust my mind, to convince myself I was safe, that nothing was real. But reality felt thin, fragile. The walls themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for me to understand something I wasn't ready for. Finally, I made my way back to the staircase. The attic hatch loomed above me, dark and foreboding. I had avoided it yesterday, but today the pull was stronger. The whispers grew faintly insistent, like a guiding hand I couldn't resist. I reached for the latch, cold metal beneath my fingers, a faint groan of protest from the hinges. I stopped, hand on the hatch, listening. The whispers fell silent, a heartbeat, too. And then the shadows flickered across the ceiling, as if the cabin had shifted ever so slightly, just for me. I backed away, not because I was afraid, not entirely, but because I realized the cabin wasn't mine to explore. It was a living, breathing thing with its own rhythms, its own secrets, and I was only beginning to understand the rules. One wrong move, one impatient glance, and I could lose myself entirely in the pulse of its walls, the soft, insistent murmurs, the shadows that never slept. I sat back in the chair, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I told myself I would rest. Tomorrow I would be brave. Tomorrow I would face the attic. But tonight I had learned enough. The cabin speaks, and if you listen too closely, it will tell you truths you might not survive knowing. The whispering walls had secrets. I didn't know how many. I didn't know what they wanted. But I knew one thing: they were patient, and I was not. I had avoided the attic all day, pretending the hatch didn't exist. But by late afternoon, the pull was irresistible. I found myself standing beneath it again, the small wooden panel above me dark and foreboding, like a lid pressing down on the room below. I traced my fingers along the edge of the hatch, feeling the rough grooves of old wood, cold, unyielding. And yet I could feel something behind it, as though the air itself trembled with anticipation. The latch was old, rusted, and stiff. I tugged. It wouldn't budge. A soft metallic scrape echoed above my head, the sound bouncing off the walls louder than it should have been. My stomach twisted. Something about that noise felt deliberate, as though it wasn't just metal against metal, but a warning. I stepped back, chest tight, and listened. The cabin was silent again. Too silent. I realized the shadows in the corners seemed to lean closer, curious, patient, waiting with me. I knelt down and tried to peek beneath the edge of the hatch. A faint sliver of darkness stared back at me, and I swear I saw movement, something shifting just beyond the faint light. I blinked. Gone. I told myself I was imagining it. Attics are full of shadows. Attics are full of old air that shifts in strange ways. But the pull remained, a magnetic tug at the edges of my mind, urging me to open it to see. I remembered the journal I had seen yesterday. The leather-bound book, worn and ancient. I fetched it, flipping it open to pages I hadn't dared touch before. The handwriting was small, cramped, desperate. Dates from decades past, entries that began like normal observations but slowly bled into confusion, paranoia, fear. One page caught my eye, a single line underlined thrice. They watch from above, always. Even the walls cannot hide them. My fingers trembled. Could it be talking about the attic? Or something worse? I sat in the chair beneath the hatch, the journal resting on my knees, tracing the words with my eyes. The cabin seemed to inhale around me, the air thickening, pushing against my lungs. I felt a tickle at the back of my neck, like a breath brushing against my skin, though no one was there. My eyes kept flicking upward, drawn to the attic, as if the answers I sought were waiting, just behind that old, stubborn door. I tried another tug at the latch. It shifted slightly, a reluctant groan escaping from the hinges. I froze. The movement wasn't random. It felt like a response, like the cabin itself was deciding whether I was allowed to see. I pressed again, careful, deliberate, and the hatch creaked upward a fraction. A thin line of darkness appeared, wider now, revealing what lay beyond. A faint smell hit me, dust, mildew, and something else, iron or decay I couldn't name. A light breeze whispered out from the opening, though the windows were shut. I shivered. The cabin had been holding its breath, and now it exhaled, releasing a fragment of memory, a fragment of the past it kept locked away. I could see the floor above, wooden planks scuffed, stained, a shadowed corner that seemed darker than the rest. And there, just for a moment, I thought I saw a handprint on the floor, faded, brownish, almost burned into the wood. My pulse quickened. I climbed the small ladder, each rung groaning under my weight, and felt a cold rush of air brush my face as I pushed the hatch fully open. Dust floated down like tiny motes of snow, catching the light from below. The attic was small, claustrophobic, and I realized immediately why it had been locked. It wasn't just the age of the wood. It was the weight of the things kept here, memories that didn't belong in daylight. Boxes stacked against the walls, old furniture draped in yellowed sheets, and in the corner, a desk with papers scattered around it. I approached the desk slowly, noticing a thin book lying half open, edges curling with age, another journal. The handwriting was different from the one below, sharper, jagged, desperate. I picked it up, feeling the brittle pages crack under my fingers. The entries spoke of isolation, voices in the night, shadows that moved independently of the sun. One paragraph stood out. The cabin remembers. It whispers to those who listen. And some walls do not forgive. I swallowed hard. The words mirrored the whispers I had been hearing, the shifting shadows. The walls themselves, alive, aware. The more I read, the heavier the air became. I could feel it pressing down on my shoulders, on my chest, like the cabin was leaning closer, listening. Each page revealed fragments of a story I didn't want to know, a story of obsession and secrecy. Someone had lived here long before me, trapped in their own mind by the history of this place. And now, decades later, I was stepping into it, following the same footsteps, guided by the same unseen hands. I set the book down and scanned the room. A small chest caught my attention, its lock rusted but intact. I didn't touch it. I could feel the energy in the room, a quiet insistence that some things were meant to remain hidden. And yet my eyes kept returning to the far wall, where a window framed the forest outside. The mist had thickened again, curling into the attic, making the shadows stretch unnaturally along the beams. I realized I wasn't alone. Not physically, but in the weight of the room, in the way the cabin pressed its presence against me. Something moved. I turned sharply, heart hammering. A sheet fluttered, though no wind stirred it. A shadow shifted across the floor. A soft whisper tickled my ear, so soft I could barely catch it. "Do not leave." My skin prickled. I told myself I was imagining it, yet the echo lingered, heavy and deliberate, pressing questions into my mind I wasn't ready to answer. Who had written these journals? Who had lived here? And why did the cabin keep their memories so vividly alive? I walked toward the desk again, drawn by the journal, trying to absorb the details, the warnings. A loose sheet slid from beneath the book, falling to the floor. I picked it up, careful not to crease it. A drawing, crude and dark, lines twisting into shapes I couldn't name. In the center, a small figure beneath the attic beams. Tiny, trapped, watching. My breath caught. Could it be the author or something else? Something that had never left. I realized then that the attic wasn't just a room. It was a memory, a vessel, a place where the past lingered in its purest form. And I had been invited or drawn into it. The shadows weren't just tricks of light, they were echoes. The whispers weren't wind, they were messages, fragments of a life long gone but not forgotten. And the cabin remembered everything. Every fear, every secret, every small act of desperation. I wanted to leave. I wanted to climb down, lock the hatch, and pretend I had never looked up. But something kept me there. Something that whispered of truths I had to see, of history I had to witness. I ran my fingers along the wood beams, feeling the vibration beneath, like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. And for the first time, I understood that some walls are more than structure. Some walls are witnesses. Some walls are jailers. The sun was dipping lower, casting the attic in an amber half-light that seemed unnatural. Shadows stretched, bending into forms I didn't recognize. I could feel the presence of the past pressing closer, wrapping around me like the fog outside the windows. The whispers returned, more urgent, layering over each other, forming sentences that teased clarity but never delivered it. They were never gone, stay, watch. I backed away from the desk, heart pounding, chest tight. I looked around the room one last time. The chest, the scattered papers, the desk, the fragile journals, all remnants of lives tethered to this space by fear, obsession, or madness. I couldn't tell which. And the attic hatch above the main room below seemed smaller now, a portal between my world and theirs, a fragile barrier I wasn't sure I could cross again safely. I climbed down slowly, leaving the attic door slightly ajar, the shadows lingering above. Every step echoed too loudly, as though announcing my departure to someone or something watching from the beams. The cabin settled around me, quiet again, but I could feel it watching, patient, knowing, waiting for the next curiosity, the next hand that dared touch its secrets. Back in the living room, I set the journal on the table. My fingers still tingled from the attic's cold touch, my skin crawling from the faint whispers that seemed to cling to me even here. I realized that the cabin story was incomplete. I had seen fragments, glimpses of a past long buried, but it wasn't finished. And I knew somehow that the attic still held more voices, more shadows, more secrets that would not be kind to the one who dared pry. I sat by the window, watching the mist swallow the path outside. The forest seemed closer, the air thicker, almost viscous. The shadows from the attic seemed to stretch downward now, reaching, reminding me that some doors, once touched, never truly close. I told myself I would rest, but the pull remained, insistent, subtle, like a whisper brushing at the edge of thought. Return. Look again. Remember. And somewhere high above me in the attic, I thought I saw a shape stir. Not human, not animal. Just a shadow, shifting ever so slightly, watching, waiting. I knew the cabin story was far from over. And I knew I had become a part of it, whether I wanted to or not. I hadn't planned on getting lost, at least not today. The sky was pale, washed with that soft gray light that makes everything look smaller than it is, as though the forest itself is trying to shrink around you. I was hiking alone, backpack light, boots soft on the earth, and the trail had seemed straightforward at first. Easy, familiar. But somewhere past the second stream, past the sharp bend that led under the leaning pines, I noticed something odd. The markers, small wooden signs nailed to trees painted white with arrows pointing forward. I'd seen them at the start of the trail, clear and dependable, guiding me like a friend who knows the way. But now they weren't consistent. One would be there, another would vanish. I'd take a few steps and suddenly the arrow I had been following yesterday, or maybe it had been the same one I glanced at earlier, was gone, replaced by silence. Trees, shadows, the low hum of wind through the branches. It felt deliberate, like someone, or something, was guiding me, but not the way I thought I was supposed to go. I stopped, leaning on my trekking poles, trying to steady the growing unease that settled in my chest. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Even the birds seemed to have paused mid-song, as if they had noticed something I hadn't. My boots crunched softly over pine needles and twigs, the only sound besides my own breathing. I glanced behind me. The trail I thought I had followed was gone, blurred by the trees. A low fog was creeping across the undergrowth, faint, almost polite in its intrusion, curling around roots and rocks like it was testing me, letting me know it could close in if it wanted. I forced myself to keep moving. The markers might return, they always do. But the farther I walked, the more I realized the arrows were never quite where they should have been. Not randomly misplaced, they were precise, carefully arranged, guiding me not forward but somewhere else. Somewhere I didn't want to go, though my legs followed anyway, each step a little heavier than the last. There was a point where the trail disappeared completely. One moment I was walking on familiar ground, and the next, the earth opened into a small clearing I didn't remember. A log lay across the center, decayed and soft with moss. I ran my fingers over it, feeling the damp, the subtle vibrations of life and rot intertwined. And then I noticed the scratches along its surface. Not random. Long, deep, deliberate, as though claws or tools had been dragged across it. I froze, heart hammering. Had I imagined it? Or had something been here recently? Something waiting, patient, watching. I turned in a slow circle. The trees were tall, skeletal in the gray light, and between them I thought I saw movement. Not sharp, not immediate, but shifts in the shadows, soft enough to question if I was seeing anything at all. The wind picked up, whispering through the branches in a way that sounded almost like words. I strained to hear, heart caught between fear and curiosity. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the forest. But then I heard it again, clearer. A faint murmur, the kind that slips past your ears when you aren't looking for it. I couldn't make out words, but the tone, the insistence, was unmistakable. I remembered the markers. The arrows that had vanished, reappeared, led me here. I glanced around the clearing, searching for the next clue. That's when I noticed the tree at the edge, bark peeled in a spiral, white streaks curling upward like a scream frozen in wood. Another marker. I couldn't tell, but instinct told me to follow it. To move not backward, not forward, but along the curve of the tree line. And so I did. The forest grew darker as I walked, though the sky hadn't changed. Shadows stretched unnaturally, leaning toward me, brushing against my arms. I could feel the brush of something not entirely wind, not entirely solid. My breath caught. I wanted to stop. I wanted to turn back. But I was already deep in the rhythm of the trail, my legs carrying me where my mind didn't fully consent. I noticed small details I hadn't before. Tufts of red moss clinging to rocks, a single mushroom growing in perfect isolation, the soft scuff of tiny paws behind me, or ahead. At one point the trail forked. Two paths, identical in width, identical in the way the light touched them. I stopped, scanning for markers, anything to tell me which way to go. And there it was, a small arrow carved into a tree pointing to the right. My chest loosened slightly, relief even if brief. But as I started down that path, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. A figure, no. It moved too strangely, slipping between trees, dissolving when I tried to focus. My pulse surged. I wanted to call out, to demand someone show themselves, but my voice caught, swallowed by the trees. Even the wind seemed to hush itself at that moment. And then I noticed something else. The markers were not just guiding me along the trail. They were forming a pattern. A subtle repetition in their spacing, their angles, the way the arrows twisted just slightly clockwise each time. It was deliberate, calculated. Someone wanted me here, or something. I stumbled over a root and fell to my knees, fingers scraping against wet earth. My breathing was loud now, harsh, but I tried to calm it, forcing myself to listen. That's when I heard it again. A whisper, soft, almost gentle. Here. Not angry, not threatening, but commanding. I froze, trying to pinpoint the source. The words seemed to echo from all around me, from the trees, from the ground beneath me. I could feel their insistence, pressing, coaxing, guiding. Panic threatened, but curiosity edged it back. I had to know. I had to see where the trail led. I rose slowly, brushing dirt from my clothes, and followed. Each step felt heavier than the last, but there was something intoxicating about the pull, a magnetic insistence I couldn't resist. The forest seemed to rearrange itself around me. Trees shifted slightly when I wasn't looking. Branches reached across the path as if to direct me or to block me, I couldn't tell. Hours or maybe minutes passed. Time felt suspended. The forest was alive in a way I hadn't anticipated, and I was not a visitor, I was a participant. I noticed more markers, carved arrows, stones stacked in deliberate piles, small scratches on bark that formed shapes almost recognizable. Symbols, signs, warnings, or invitations, I couldn't decide. And then I saw the first sign of something human or once human. A boot, old, caked in mud, abandoned in the middle of the path. No footprints leading to it. No indication of its owner. Just there. A reminder that others had walked this path, and some may never have returned. I slowed my pace, nerves stretched tight. The forest's rhythm was now my own heartbeat, echoing in the damp hollows of the trees. I felt the unseen gaze of something ahead, something patient and waiting. And then I noticed a subtle change. The trail narrowed. Trees grew closer together, branches tangling like fingers. The air was heavier now, tinged with something metallic, iron, blood maybe, or just the memory of it. I swallowed, trying to ignore the taste of it at the back of my throat. Then in the distance I saw a faint light. Not the sun, it was too low, too pale, but a soft glow flickering. I hesitated. The markers had led me here, but to what? Shelter, fire, or another trap? My instinct screamed to turn back, but my curiosity, my need to understand, pushed me forward. Each step toward the light seemed to make the forest around me tight, narrowing, pressing in. I could feel it alive, aware, guiding me, watching. When I reached the source, I found a small clearing. A circle of moss-covered stones surrounding a fire pit, long cold, ashes gray and scattered. The markers stopped here. No arrows beyond this point, just silence. And the forest breathing around me, patient, waiting. I knelt by the fire pit, brushing my fingers across the ashes, trying to decipher a pattern, a meaning, anything that could explain what I had just followed. And that's when I heard it, a soft, deliberate crack of wood behind me. I spun. Nothing. The clearing was empty. Yet the air shifted and the shadows between the trees stretched toward me. I realized then that the trail didn't end here. It had never ended. The markers had guided me to a pause, a waiting point. And now the real path, the one unseen, began. I didn't know if I was ready to follow it, but the forest had already decided. I kept moving, though every step felt heavier, weighed down by the forest's hush. The trail I had been following yesterday, or maybe hours ago, though time here no longer made sense, twisted between towering pines that seemed older than memory itself. My boots sank slightly in damp moss, leaving shallow impressions that disappeared almost as soon as I looked back. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard it. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoing just beyond my own pace. Not behind me exactly, but parallel, moving, following. My heart jumped, a tight, frantic rhythm in my chest. I paused, straining my ears. The sound stopped. I waited. Nothing, just the faint whisper of wind brushing pine needles. Relief, shallow and sudden, settled for a moment. And then a twig snapped. Sharp, precise, not under my boots. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but curiosity, or perhaps foolishness, pushed me forward. I glanced over my shoulder. Shadows hung between the trees, long and indecipherable, moving only when I wasn't looking directly at them. My pulse quickened. Something was here. Something was following me, patient and silent, keeping pace with each careful step I took. The forest seemed to shift around me. The moss grew denser, darker, clinging to my boots as if the ground itself wanted to delay me. Leaves crunched softly underfoot, but not always my own. Sometimes I swore I heard brushing against twigs, faint, deliberate, like someone, or something, was circling me, invisible but not distant. I tried to speak, to call out, but the words lodged in my throat. The forest swallowed them before they could escape. A subtle pattern emerged. Broken branches on the trail, disturbed dirt in the undergrowth, slight indentations that didn't match my boots. Evidence, tiny and meticulous, that I wasn't alone. Whoever or whatever was here had been watching me, studying the way I moved, anticipating each hesitation. The thought made the hair on my arms prickle. I wanted to run, but the forest had a rhythm I had learned to follow, however reluctantly. I rounded a bend and stumbled into a small clearing. The light here was dimmer, filtered through a tangle of leaves overhead, shadows shifting as if they had minds of their own. That's when I saw it, footprints. Small, narrow, too precise to be a deer, too human to be anything else. They were fresh, pressed into soft soil, trailing behind me in perfect, unnerving alignment with my own path. My breath caught. I knelt, brushing away loose soil, examining the tracks. They were real. Someone or something was walking where I had walked, step for step, following my trail. The forest had kept it quiet until now, letting me grow comfortable, letting me think I was alone. But the proof was here, undeniable, waiting for me to notice. I rose slowly, trying to steady my thoughts. Logic offered little comfort. Who could be out here? A hiker? No, it wasn't the right season for casual explorers, and the trail wasn't one that drew visitors often. And yet the tracks didn't match any I had seen in books or photos. They were thin, elegant in a way that made no sense, precise yet unnerving. The spacing was deliberate, not hurried, not natural. Watching them, I realized the footsteps were not just behind me. They anticipated my steps. They curved around roots before I tripped, avoided rocks before I stumbled. Someone or something knew where I would be before I even arrived. I kept moving, heart hammering, boots slipping over wet moss. Every sound I made was mirrored by a response. Leaves shifting behind me, a low crunch, a twig snapping. Not always in perfect alignment, but close enough to send a tremor of panic down my spine. I wanted to look over my shoulder to confront it, but fear pinned me in place. My eyes darted constantly, searching for movement, for a shape, for a shadow that might reveal the follower. Nothing. Only the subtle signs of its presence. I tried to focus on the forest itself, the way light fell through the canopy, the muted colors of bark and moss, but my mind kept snapping back to the footsteps. Each step I took was answered, echoed, shadowed. I felt watched in the small spaces between trees, the dark hollows of fallen logs. The wind whispered in patterns that felt intentional, brushing against my face in a way that made me shiver. It was patient, deliberate. I realized then that fear was not the only thing it wanted. Curiosity was part of its design, coaxing me deeper into its rhythm. Then I heard it, a faint exhale, soft, almost human. Not angry, not urgent, but deliberate. I froze mid-step, holding my breath, listening. It repeated once, twice, a gentle sigh that followed me through the trees just out of sight. I didn't know if it was one being or many, but it was close. Too close. A memory surfaced, an old story a friend had told me about hikers vanishing in these woods. Not taken violently, not found with signs of struggle, just gone. Sometimes, locals said, the forest itself claimed those who wandered too far, guiding them until they became part of it. I had laughed at the story then. Not anymore. The trail curved sharply, leading over a fallen log covered in slippery moss. I stepped carefully, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. The footsteps behind me didn't slow. They never faltered. I realized then that my own fear was being mirrored, exaggerated, manipulated. I wanted to move faster to escape, but each attempt felt calculated, each step anticipated. I stumbled again, catching myself on a tree trunk, and that's when I noticed something new. A small pile of stones off to the side, stacked in a deliberate, almost ceremonial pattern. Not natural. Someone had been here observing, leaving markers or warnings. My pulse raced. Was this a sign, a direction, or a trap? I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. Each stone seemed to pulse with intention, a silent heartbeat matching my own. I continued, boots sinking into soft earth, listening to the rhythm of the forest and the echo of footsteps behind me. The trees grew closer together, shadows thicker, more oppressive. A faint mist began curling along the ground, snaking around roots, tendrils brushing my ankles. I felt my skin prickling, senses on edge. The trail I had thought I was following had become something else entirely, a maze of signs, movements, and unseen observers. The forest seemed to breathe around me, shifting subtly with each step. Leaves fell in patterns, branches creaked as if sighing. The footsteps remained, patient, teasing, never striking, never overt. They were reminders that I was not alone, and I began to realize the truth. I was being studied. Every hesitation, every glance, every misstep was part of a larger observation, a slow game I had unknowingly entered. Then a new sound. Not footsteps, but a scrape, metal against wood, faint and deliberate. I froze mid-stride. The trail ahead narrowed, leading under a low canopy of twisted branches. I crouched slightly, scanning the ground. Small, circular impressions, too small for any boot I recognized, marred the soil. Not random. Patterns again, deliberate. Someone or something had left a message for me to see. But the meaning remained out of reach, just beyond comprehension. A shiver ran down my spine. I could no longer tell if the forest was guiding me or if I was following a predator. The footsteps had become part of the rhythm of the woods, inseparable from the crunch of leaves under my own boots. Each time I slowed, they slowed. Each time I hurried, they hurried. My mind raced, trying to predict, to control, to understand. But I couldn't. The forest and its watcher were in command. Then I noticed a break in the trees ahead, a glimpse of light filtering through the canopy. Relief surged, brief and fragile. Maybe it was a clearing, maybe an end to this strange, psychological maze. But as I stepped toward it, I realized the ground beneath the light was scattered with twigs broken in patterns, some pointing not forward but back toward me. The forest, or whoever was guiding, was reminding me I had not yet escaped. I moved cautiously into the light, boots crunching softly over dry needles. The air was warmer here, the shadows less oppressive, but the presence behind me was undeniable. I could feel it, just beyond perception. The forest exhaled around me, leaves brushing my arms, whispering secrets I couldn't understand. A branch snapped sharply to my right and I spun. Empty, just trees, just shadows. But the footsteps continued, steady, unyielding. I knew then that this wasn't a trail to a destination. It was a trap, a test, a lesson in patience and fear. I could not outrun it, nor could I confront it. All I could do was follow, step by step, heart pounding, mind racing, deeper into the forest's quiet, meticulous maze. I didn't know how long I walked or how far. Time had no meaning here. Only the echo of footsteps, the subtle guidance of the forest, and the creeping certainty that I was not alone. Something had chosen to follow me, and it would not leave, not yet. And as I moved into the next curve of the trail, I realized something else. The forest wasn't just around me. It was inside me now. I stepped into a clearing that smelled faintly of damp earth and decaying wood. The trees opened up here, their branches stretching outward like tired arms, letting a diffuse gray light spill across the ground. At first, I thought it was just a natural break in the forest. But then I noticed the remains. Shards of a once sturdy tent, rusted cooking equipment, a metal pot turned upside down as if someone had left in a hurry or never returned at all. The air felt heavier here, thick with silence, yet threaded with an unshakable sense of observation. I could almost hear the ghost of footsteps that had once moved across this soil, long before mine disturbed it. The campsite wasn't recent. I could tell by the way the wood had rotted, the fabric of the tent shredded into tatters and the metal corroded. Decades had passed, yet some presence lingered, something intangible that pressed against my thoughts. I knelt beside what had once been a small fire pit. Charred stones still clung to the blackened earth, darkened by countless storms. Something about it felt deliberate, almost ritualistic. A faint imprint in the dirt caught my eye, a footprint, small, narrow, perfectly preserved, as if it had been left yesterday. I brushed it gently with a gloved hand. It was strange, almost delicate, like the foot of someone much smaller than an adult, but not childlike either. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I stood quickly, scanning the clearing. Shadows clung to the edges, twisting in ways that didn't quite match the light. The forest beyond seemed denser here, trees leaning inward like they were listening, waiting. I could feel a pulse in the air, subtle yet insistent, as if something remembered the person who had camped here, remembered them too well. On the far side of the clearing, I spotted a weathered backpack, half buried under fallen leaves and pine needles. It was unzipped, the contents scattered by wind or animals. Inside, I found a notebook, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. I picked it up carefully, feeling the weight of history in my hands. The handwriting was small, neat, yet hurried in places, ink faded but legible. The first entry I read sent a shiver down my spine. Day 3. The forest feels different today. I am certain I am not alone. Every shadow moves when I do not look. I hear whispers. The trees are patient. The writer's words mirrored my own thoughts, almost like they had been lifted from my own mind. I turned another page, noticing that the entries became more erratic, less coherent. Mentions of footsteps following, glimpses of figures just at the edge of vision, strange symbols carved into trees. I felt a tightening in my chest. I wasn't imagining the footsteps anymore. I wasn't imagining the observation. Someone or something had been here decades ago, caught in the same cycle I now found myself trapped in. The realization pressed on me like a physical weight, and yet I couldn't look away. There was a small clearing beyond the fire pit, littered with broken branches and what looked like remnants of meals long forgotten. I stepped carefully, my boots crunching softly against dry leaves. I noticed carvings in the trees, letters, symbols, shapes that seemed familiar, though I could not place them. Some were simple initials, others more cryptic, almost like warnings or maps. One symbol repeated itself in several places, a triangle with a line through it. It sent an unnameable unease crawling over my skin. I knelt to examine it. The cuts were old, faded, yet precise. Whoever had made them had done so with intention, each one a marker, a message left behind. But for whom? For me? Or for anyone else who wandered into this place unprepared? The thought made my stomach tighten. I noticed something else then, a small, charred pile of bones near the remnants of the tent. They were human. Small, delicate, aged to the point that I could not tell much about the person. My stomach lurched. I stepped back, heart pounding, yet a part of me remained rooted, needing to understand, needing to see. Someone had vanished here decades ago, and these remains were the only trace left behind. The wind shifted, brushing through the clearing in a way that sounded almost like whispered words. I froze, straining to listen. Nothing concrete, just the sensation of being addressed by the forest itself. I turned the notebook in my hands again. Another entry. I hear them moving when I am still. I see shapes where there should be none. The forest remembers. I am being watched. I swallowed hard. It was impossible, yet undeniable. The same feeling I had experienced on the trail, the footsteps behind me, the subtle guidance of the woods, it had existed long before I arrived. The campsite was a testament to that continuity, a warning etched into the earth. The person who had stayed here before had known, somehow, the same presence that now shadowed my every step. I walked slowly around the clearing, taking in the scattered remnants. A metal pot, blackened and pitted, sat near the edge of the clearing. I lifted it cautiously, examining the interior. Tiny scratches lined the surface, like something had been dragged across it repeatedly. Or maybe it had been used for something else, something not meant to cook meals. The thought made me shiver. I turned to the trees again, noticing the pattern of shadows shifting with the movement of the wind. They seemed almost sentient, curling toward the clearing in subtle, deliberate motions. Every time I blinked, I felt a presence tighten around me, pressing lightly but insistently. I remembered the diary's final entries. The words had become less coherent, almost frantic, describing glimpses of a figure at the edge of vision, whispers that called the writer by name, the forest moving to contain them. A sudden gust of wind scattered leaves across the clearing, and I caught sight of something small and reflective glinting in the underbrush. I approached carefully, uncovering a small mirror cracked and dirt-streaked. I peered into it. My reflection wavered, distorted by the cracks and shadows. For a moment I thought I saw another face, a shadow lingering behind mine, just at the edge of perception. I jerked back, heart racing, but when I looked again, it was gone. I felt the weight of time here, heavy and relentless. This campsite was not abandoned by chance. It had been left to rot, to whisper, to remind those who wandered here that some trails were not meant to be followed. And yet, I had followed it. I had come too far to turn back. I noticed then a small pile of stones near the tent remnants, stacked almost ceremonially like the forest itself had placed them. Each stone seemed deliberate, a marker or a warning, perhaps even both. I crouched, touching the top stone. The surface was rough, cold, and strangely sticky, as if it had absorbed something from the air. The sensation made me recoil, but also drew me closer, compelled to understand. The light was fading now, gray giving way to the deeper shadows of evening. I felt a presence in the clearing grow stronger, more insistent, as if it had been waiting for me to notice the campsite, to uncover its secrets. The diary had given me clues, the scattered remains had given me proof, and yet the forest offered no answers, only more questions. Who had disappeared here? Why had they left no trace beyond these fragments? And what now watched me, patient and unseen? I gathered my courage and stood, tucking the notebook safely into my pack. I couldn't linger. The forest had a rhythm, and I had become part of it, whether I wanted to or not. The footsteps that had followed me on the trail would not stop here. They had led me to this campsite, and now they would guide me further into the unknown. As I took my first hesitant steps back onto the path, I glanced once more at the remains. The fire pit, the tent, the scattered stones, they seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as if aware that I had discovered them. The diary whispered in my memory, and I realized that the forest's presence was not just behind me, not just beside me. It was inside me now, shaping my fear, shaping my perception. I moved slowly, deliberately, feeling the subtle pressure of unseen eyes, the whisper of leaves brushing against my ears. The abandoned campsite faded behind me, but its memory lingered, heavy and persistent. And in that lingering weight, I understood something chilling. The forest had not just claimed the previous hiker. It had left traces like breadcrumbs for the next one to find, the next one to be guided, the next one to be observed. I didn't know what lay ahead, and I couldn't see what waited in the trees. But I knew this. The abandoned campsite was more than a warning. It was an invitation, and I had accepted it. The radio crackled again, faint and distorted, barely more than a whisper. I froze, gripping the device like it might slip through my fingers and vanish into the air. There was no logical reason for it to work here. No signal should reach this part of the forest. But the static had a pattern, a rhythm almost human, as if someone was speaking directly to me, guiding me. I followed the sound, each step careful, ears straining over the snap of twigs underfoot. The forest closed in, dense and dark, and yet the transmission pulled me forward, insistent. The words were unintelligible, broken, but the tone suggested urgency. Each crackle seemed to echo around me, bouncing from tree to tree. I felt exposed, naked to something I couldn't see, but compelled to go where it led. The undergrowth thickened, branches clawing at my sleeves, yet the signal continued, unwavering. I noticed shadows shifting along the edges of my vision, elongated, unreal, always retreating when I tried to focus. I told myself it was my imagination, the forest playing tricks after days of isolation, yet the unease persisted, a low hum beneath my skin. Eventually, the trees opened into a clearing. Moonlight spilled across it in muted silver, illuminating the remnants of what looked like an old campsite, though far smaller than the last one. Broken chairs, a rusted lantern, and a circle of flattened earth suggested someone had been here, briefly, long ago, or perhaps recently. My pulse quickened. The radio grew louder, clearer, as if acknowledging my arrival. I knelt, brushing away leaves to reveal a crude wooden box half buried in the soil. Inside, a coil of wire connected to a small, battered transmitter. The radio in my hands matched its frequency exactly. I realized then that the signal had been emanating from this spot all along, a beacon left to be found, or perhaps to lure someone here. The thought made my stomach tighten. A rustling came from the tree line. I spun around, heart hammering, but saw nothing. The forest felt alive in a way that was not natural. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying sounds that were almost voices. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Yet in the back of my mind, a memory surfaced from the old diary. The signal comes to find you. Ignore it at your peril. I hadn't ignored it. I had followed. I set the radio down beside the transmitter. The signal was steady now, a faint pulse like a heartbeat. I could feel it resonate in the ground beneath me, in the air around me, in my chest. The clearing seemed to expand, the moonlight stretching unnaturally, shadows bending in subtle arcs toward the center. Something was here, I realized, something that waited in silence for the signal to draw me close. A sudden movement to my left. A shape, dark and indistinct, flickered between the trees. I blinked and it vanished. I swallowed hard. The signal's rhythm intensified, almost impatient now. It wasn't just guiding me, it was calling, insisting. I felt both fear and compulsion, a dangerous combination that tethered me to this place despite every instinct screaming to flee. I stepped further into the clearing, careful not to disturb the transmitter. The ground beneath my boots was soft, as if the earth itself had absorbed years of footsteps, of presence. Tiny footprints appeared and disappeared along the edges of the clearing, some human, some impossibly small, none continuous. I bent to examine one closer. The soil was pressed flat, but there was a hollowness beneath, like something had been lifted away. The radio's whisper grew urgent. Words surfaced briefly, fragmented phrases that made no sense in isolation, yet felt directed at me. You here last. I could feel the message forming a bridge between time and memory, as if the forest itself had recorded every visitor, every misstep, every trace of human curiosity that had drawn it near. I heard it again, a breath or a shuffle from the far edge of the clearing. I looked, but there was nothing physical to hold onto, just the suggestion of movement like shadows pretending to be flesh. My heart raced. The signal pulsed in tandem with my heartbeat now, syncopated and intimate, almost aware of me as I was of it. I crouched beside the transmitter, examining the wiring. It was crude, handmade, but precise. Someone had cared enough to ensure it would work, to ensure it would be found. But why? Who? The forest seemed to answer by tightening around me, the trees leaning inward, the shadows deepening at the corners of my vision. The pulse of the radio became a warning, not a guide. A faint light flickered at the tree line. I squinted, trying to discern its source. Nothing solid emerged, just a faint glow, wavering, almost reflective. It moved slowly, deliberately, circling the clearing. I realized then that I was not alone, not in the physical sense, but in the same dimension, in the same space. Something shared this clearing with me, patient, silent, observing. I picked up the radio again. The signal whispered my name, or something like it, bending the static into familiarity. My skin prickled. I realized that the forest, the signal, and whatever waited beyond it were linked, threads in a network I was only beginning to comprehend. The diary, the abandoned campsite, the footsteps, all were part of a sequence I had stumbled into without understanding. I stepped back, taking in the clearing as a whole. The moonlight was dimming behind clouds, the shadows lengthening, coiling. The transmitter hummed, alive with unseen energy. I felt a weight pressing on my shoulders, subtle but persistent, like a hand I could not see. And yet, a strange calm settled over me, a surrender to the inevitability of what had been set in motion. I noticed a path leading out of the clearing, almost imperceptible flattened grass and broken twigs marking its course. It was not marked by human hands but by the forest itself, guiding me towards something unknown. I wanted to follow, wanted to escape, but something inside me hesitated. The signal, the pulse, the whisper held me. It promised revelation if I dared stay, or perhaps doom if I moved too soon. A sound erupted suddenly, a hollow metallic clang from behind the transmitter. I jumped, heart racing, but nothing appeared. The clearing was empty, save for me, the transmitter, and the shifting shadows. And yet, the sense of being watched intensified, like the trees themselves were sentinels, recording, waiting, and judging. I knelt again beside the transmitter, touching the coil of wire. It felt warm, alive. My reflection in the metal parts was distorted, my face flickering like it could split and merge with something else. I shivered, the hairs on my arms standing straight. The forest held its breath. The signal pulsed faster, a heartbeat echoing in the silence, urging me to act, to understand, to confront whatever waited at the edge of perception. I took a deep breath. The forest's presence was undeniable, an entity neither alive nor dead, existing in the spaces between light and shadow. The signal was its voice, its lure. And I had arrived, drawn to this dark, empty clearing where time felt suspended and reality was uncertain. I felt both fear and a strange exhilaration, an understanding that I was part of something larger, incomprehensible, and relentless. I glanced one last time at the transmitter. The radio's whisper seemed to soften, coaxing, like it had reached the climax of its purpose. And then I realized, the clearing was empty, but it was not uninhabited. The pulse, the light, the shadows, they had always been here, waiting for someone to answer the signal. And now I had. I stepped toward the path leading out of the clearing, feeling the forest shift subtly around me, the trees bending like they were exhaling. The radio crackled once more, the words nearly intelligible. Last, watch, not alone. My chest tightened. I didn't know if it was a warning or an observation. I didn't know if I was being guided or consumed. The moonlight broke through briefly, illuminating the path ahead. It seemed ordinary safe, yet I could feel the pulse of the signal beneath it, the presence in the clearing lingering. My foot hovered over the first step. I could go forward, follow the path, or retreat. But I knew one thing: the clearing, the signal, and the forest itself would not let me leave unchanged. I turned my gaze one final time to the transmitter, the faint light, and the shadows. The forest had given me a choice, or perhaps it had simply shown me the final signal, letting me decide if I understood its meaning, or if I would become another fragment in its network of whispers. I stepped forward. The clearing faded behind me, but the pulse remained, faint, insistent, echoing in my mind. The forest held its breath. The radio's whisper trailed into the distance, unanswered, unresolved. I could feel it watching, waiting, patient. I did not know what came next, only that the signal had found me and that I could not forget it. And somewhere, beyond the trees, beyond the path, I knew that the story was not over. Not for me. Not for anyone who followed the pulse, the whisper, the final signal. The cabin smelled of dust and smoke, a thick, acrid tang that clung to the walls like a warning. I pushed the door open, the hinges creaking like a groan, and the dim light from the single window caught the edge of something on the table. A pile of papers, half burned, edges curled and blackened. My gut twisted. I knew I shouldn't touch them, yet the curiosity burned hotter than caution. I picked up the nearest sheet gingerly, almost expecting it to crumble in my hands. The ink was smeared, blotchy, as if the writer's hand had trembled or perhaps their eyes had been unseeing when they wrote. The first words I could make out were jagged, frantic. They are watching. Every time I turn my back, they are there. I hear them, breathing in the walls. I froze. The air seemed to thicken around me. Outside, the wind rattled the shutters, but in the cabin it felt heavier, denser, as though it carried whispers. I thought about the footsteps I had heard on the trail earlier, echoing too perfectly, too deliberately. Was it just my imagination, or had someone, something, been following me this whole way? The notes seemed to answer that question, though not directly. Another page. The words were more coherent, though no less disturbing. I cannot trust the floorboards. They move. I swear they shift when I am not looking. I hear the scratches at night, always in the corners, always in rhythm with my heartbeat. I do not sleep. I cannot sleep. My own pulse picked up. I could almost hear it echoing in the cabin, loud and frantic against the silence. I set the page down, scanning the table. More scraps, burned and torn, scribbles in margins. Drawings, strange shapes, jagged lines that might have been letters once but were now indecipherable. My stomach churned as I realized the writer had not been alone in their fear. Whatever had haunted them had followed them here, or had always been here. A breeze swept through the cabin, though the window was closed. The papers fluttered. One sheet slid to the floor. I bent to pick it up and froze. Across the page, someone had written in shaky, looping script, "Do not trust the shadows. They know your name." I shivered, feeling exposed, watched. The words weren't recent, yet they seemed alive, as if they waited for me to read them. I leaned back, taking in the room. The furniture was old, splintered in places, coated in the grime of decades. Cobwebs stretched across the corners, and dust motes floated like tiny specters in the weak light. But it wasn't the decay that unsettled me. It was the sense of intention. The cabin felt like it had been left waiting, as if it knew someone would come, as if the notes themselves had been left to guide, to warn, to ensnare. Another page caught my eye, tucked under a chair leg. I pulled it free and nearly dropped it. The handwriting was frantic, almost screaming across the paper. I hear them at the window. I see them in the glass reflected behind me. I turn and they vanish. But I know they are there. I cannot be rid of them. They know I read, they know I write, they know I think. I swallowed. The words mirrored my own unease, the strange feeling of being followed, of being watched even when no one was there. I had felt it on the trail, in the shadows between trees, in the empty spaces of the forest. And now, reading these notes, I wondered if it had always been part of this place, part of this sequence of events that led hikers like me to stumble into the cabin, into the story of someone who had lost their grip on reality, or perhaps someone who had seen too clearly. I moved closer to the table, scanning the remaining papers. One edge had been singed completely, leaving the words fragmented. "They whisper when I sleep." The rest was gone. I traced the charred edge with my finger, a shiver running down my spine. Who were they? And why had they been here, so insistent, so persistent in the margins of this person's life? A sound, subtle at first, a scratch like nails on wood, made me jump. I dropped the paper I was holding. The cabin was silent again, but the sound seemed to echo, lingering in the corners, in the cracks of the floor. I told myself it was nothing, a loose shutter, a branch scraping the roof, but the words on the pages whispered otherwise. They suggested the presence of something patient, waiting for the right moment to show itself. I picked up the next paper. The writing was slanted now, as if the writer's hand had wavered, lost strength. I hide in corners, under beds, behind doors. I cannot let them find me. They are patient. They wait. I cannot wait. I leaned against the table, breathing shallow. The cabin felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls themselves were bending toward me, narrowing the space. I could almost feel the gaze of something unseen, something that had followed the ink from the paper to me. The final scrap I found was half burned, the words barely visible through the char. "If you read this, do not linger." They read through you. The table remembers, the walls remember, the cabin remembers. Leave before the rest was consumed by fire. My hands trembled. I realized the notes were not merely warnings. They were records, confessions, maps of a descent into terror that had left a trail for anyone else to follow. I stood, packing the room. My eyes scanned every corner, every shadow. The faint hum of the forest outside pressed against the cabin walls, an almost imperceptible vibration that made the air heavy. I could feel it in my chest, a slow, rising pressure, as if the cabin itself were inhaling and holding its breath, waiting to exhale something I could not see. I looked back at the table. The remaining scraps lay like remnants of a ritual, arranged as if by invisible hands. I realized then that the sequence of papers formed something intentional, something the writer had left for someone to discover. But why me? Was it coincidence, or had I been drawn here by the same pattern that had ensnared them? The thought made my stomach knot. I heard a creak above me, faint, almost polite. The attic hatch. I hadn't noticed it before. Something in the notes hinted at it indirectly, a margin comment about the ceiling listening. My breath caught. I could feel the weight of the cabin's history pressing down, stories folded into the walls, waiting for me to acknowledge them. I climbed the steps slowly, every floorboard groaning underfoot, and the air seemed colder here, the shadows deeper. The hatch led to a small space, dust motes dancing in the shaft of light I carried with me. I bent low, peering inside. Old boxes, broken furniture, a pile of papers. Another layer of the cabin's memory, preserved, hidden. One notebook lay atop the pile, its cover worn and stained. I opened it carefully. The handwriting was the same, jagged, uneven, despair etched into every curve of the letters. I tried to hide it, I tried to escape, but they are patient. The cabin records everything. It remembers the fearful, the curious, the foolish. I am both. They are patient. The words felt alive, vibrating in the attic air. I could almost hear the faint whisper of ink, the scratching of the pen across the page. The cabin had kept its history, layer upon layer, waiting for someone to uncover it, waiting for someone to continue the story. I wondered if I should put the notebook down, leave it undisturbed, retreat from the accumulating dread. But curiosity, that insidious draw, would not let me leave so easily. I traced the lines with my finger and a folded piece fell out. Inside was a hastily drawn map of the cabin, markings in the margins, arrows pointing to corners, to the walls, to the table, to the attic. Notes: do not trust the floorboards. Do not trust the air. Do not look behind the doors. My pulse quickened. The cabin was more than abandoned. It was alive with memory, with warnings, with unseen attention. I stepped back, realizing the papers were not random. They were a guide, a chronicle, a record meant to warn or perhaps to ensnare. I could feel their pull, the same way the footsteps in the forest had followed me, the same way the shadows seemed to breathe. The notes were not just remnants, they were an invitation and a trap. A sudden chill ran through me. The window rattled. The wind outside rose, a moan threading through the trees. For a moment the cabin seemed to exhale and the room felt charged, almost aware. The papers on the table fluttered as if lifted by invisible hands. I realized I was not alone here, not in the sense I had understood the word. Something waited in the corners, in the margins, in the spaces between the words. I gathered the papers carefully, stacking them. Each scrap seemed to resist, as if reluctant to leave the table, to leave its place in the cabin's history. I understood then that the writer had not merely descended into paranoia. They had become part of the memory, part of the pattern that would continue as long as the cabin remained. And now, by touching the notes, by reading the words, I was part of it too. The wind died suddenly, leaving a heavy silence. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself the fear was my own making. But the last sentence in the notebook haunted me. If you read this, they are already in the room with you, and they will not leave. I set the notebook back down, trembling. I wanted to leave, to flee into the night and escape the pull of the cabin, but the door felt farther than it should, the shadows in the corners closer. The papers on the table seemed to shift slightly, as if rearranging themselves, waiting for my return, waiting for someone else to stumble in and continue the story. I stepped back into the hallway, glancing once more at the table. The charred edges, the frantic ink, the folded maps, they would not forget me. The cabin would remember, and I understood that I could never truly leave the memory behind. Something had begun here, and it would follow me, quiet and patient like a pulse beneath the surface, until the story was finished, or until I was. And even as I reached for the door, I knew one thing. The notes, the cabin, the fear, they were only the beginning. The descent into what had begun here was far from over. I held the last note in my hands, the paper brittle and yellowed, edges frayed like the nerves of the person who had written it. The ink had faded, but the words were still legible, jagged and desperate. They move with patience. They wait for the quietest moment to remind you. If you listen too long, you'll hear them in everything. Trust nothing. I read it again slowly, as if repeating the warning could somehow protect me. But the cabin felt smaller now, suffocating. The shadows clung to the corners like damp cloth, and the creaks of the floor sounded louder, deliberate. Every sound was a reminder that I wasn't alone. I told myself it was the house settling, the wind rattling the shutters. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. I placed the note back on the table and froze. The sound of a branch tapping against the window made my heart skip. A coincidence, I told myself. Nothing more. But then another sound, a soft, shuffling step, came from the hallway behind me. I spun, but the space was empty. It was impossible, and yet I could feel the presence pressing in, patient and silent. My pulse thudded in my ears. The note's words echoed. They move with patience. I glanced back at the table. The note hadn't been moved, but the air around it felt charged, as if it remembered the hand that had once touched it, and perhaps was aware of mine now. I took a tentative step toward the door. Another branch scraped the window. I froze, listening. And then it came, the faintest sound of breathing. Not my own, slow, deliberate, behind me. I wanted to turn, wanted to confront it, but my legs refused. A sudden draft swept through the cabin. Papers fluttered. The last note slid slightly, as if nudged by an invisible finger. I bent to pick it up, my hands trembling. The words seemed sharper now, almost alive. Do not linger. The quiet will not protect you. The walls have ears and the floorboards have eyes. I stepped back, glancing down at the floor. The wood was scarred and uneven, but for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn one plank had shifted slightly under my feet, as though it had moved on its own. My skin prickled, and I realized the note's warning wasn't metaphorical. The cabin grew quieter then, oppressively quiet. Even the wind outside had died. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and ragged. Every small creak sounded magnified, deliberate. And then it hit me, the coincidences. Everything the note had warned about, the movement, the subtle sounds, the feeling of being watched, was happening. Not gradually, not as a trick of imagination, but all at once. The past had become present. I forced myself to move toward the window this time. The branch had stopped tapping. The night outside was still, black and infinite. But as I looked closer, I noticed something strange, an impression in the dirt near the cabin, faint but there. Footsteps. Not mine. Small, deliberate, leading from the edge of the forest to the door, then vanishing into the shadows inside. My chest tightened. I could almost hear the ink scratching across the page again, almost feel the pen moving beneath my fingertips. I realized with a shiver that I was retracing the writer's steps, following the same pattern, the same spiral of dread that had consumed them. And the more I saw, the more I feared. Perhaps the coincidences were not coincidences at all. Perhaps they were part of the cabin, part of the story, part of something patient and eternal. I turned back to the table. The last note lay there, edges curling slightly, ink darkening as if absorbing the cabin's shadows. I picked it up again and read aloud, almost involuntarily. They are patient. They will follow. They will wait. Listen and you will hear them. Trust nothing. A soft tap came from the far corner of the room. My head whipped toward it. Nothing. Just the corner, empty, but I could feel the weight of attention, heavy and patient. My hands gripped the table edge. Every nerve in my body screamed to leave, to run, but a deeper curiosity held me, a need to see the sequence through. I walked slowly, almost deliberately, to the hallway. Each step echoed. And then I heard it, a faint scuff behind me, a sound perfectly synchronized with my own pace. I stopped. Silence. Another step, faint but distinct. The coincidences weren't random. Someone or something was mimicking me. The note's warning rang in my mind. Trust nothing. I glanced over my shoulder. Shadows shifted just beyond clear sight, teasing me with the possibility of movement. My chest tightened. The cabin was alive with memory, alive with warnings, alive with unseen attention. I moved toward the attic hatch again, drawn by the pull of unfinished stories. Each floorboard groaned underfoot, sounding like deliberate announcements of my presence. My hands trembled as I lifted the hatch, the air thick with dust and time. Inside, the space was the same as before, but the notebook lay open this time, as if inviting me to read, to continue. The handwriting was frantic, looping, a descent into obsession. I hear them everywhere, in the corners, in the floorboards, in the glass. I see them when I blink. They wait in the silence. They wait for the moment I forget they exist. They are patient, so patient. I could almost hear the scratching of the pen in the attic air. It was as if the cabin itself were narrating, continuing the story for me. I set the note down and looked around. Boxes of forgotten belongings, broken furniture, fragments of lives that had passed through here. And among them, faint traces of someone's presence, an impression in the dust, a scuff on the floor, a small handprint on a window pane that had long since been painted over. I realized then that the coincidences weren't coincidences at all. The cabin preserved memory, intention, obsession. The patterns the writer had followed were encoded into the space itself. And now, by touching the notes, by reading them, I had activated the sequence. The same attentions, the same patient watching, had shifted toward me. A whisper of movement came from the hallway. I froze. I could feel the faint brush of air behind me, deliberate, controlled, impossibly patient. My pulse thundered. The note's words, "they will follow," were no longer abstract. They were here. I stepped back toward the window, and in the reflection of the glass, I thought I saw something shift behind me. Not a shadow, not fully formed, but a presence, patient, lingering. I spun. Nothing. Empty hallway. Yet the glass whispered otherwise. My mind raced. Could it see me? Could it understand me? The coincidences, the patterns, the warnings, they all suggested awareness. A form of intelligence, patient, precise, embedded into the cabin's walls, its furniture, its floorboards. I sank to the floor, the last note clutched to my chest. The room felt alive, attentive, breathing around me. Every creak, every draft, every shadow, part of a script I had entered unwillingly. The coincidences that had seemed minor now formed a lattice, a web connecting me to the writer's paranoia, to the cabin's memory, to something patient and eternal. Outside, a breeze stirred, rattling the shutters. Inside, I felt the pressure of being watched increase. The notes had predicted it, chronicled it, prepared me for it. And yet, even knowing, the realization did not lessen the dread. I could feel it pressing in from the corners, from the dark spaces between the furniture, from the very floor beneath me. I dared to glance at the notebook again. A folded scrap had fallen from its pages. I opened it. A map of the cabin, arrows pointing to corners, doorways, spaces of shadow. A final notation. If you read this, you are part of the sequence. Do not linger. Do not ignore the signs. They are patient. They wait. The words blurred as my vision tightened, adrenaline and fear coiling in my chest. I understood now that the coincidences, the subtle cues, the shadows, the sounds, they were not random. They were invitations, instructions, and warnings all at once. I had become part of the story, entangled in the same pattern of observation and patience that had consumed the writer. I moved toward the door, hands trembling, but the hallway seemed longer now, darker. Each step echoed, perfectly timed with the faintest scuffs behind me. The coincidences, the tapping, the movements, the shadows, followed, mirrored, patient. The cabin had remembered, and now it was replaying the final entry for me. I paused, silence. Then a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, "Trust nothing." The words were not on paper this time, but in the air itself, carried on a breath of unseen movement. My chest tightened. I wanted to run, but I knew running wouldn't break the pattern. The last note lay on the table, edges curling like claws. I glanced at it one final time. The words seemed to pulse, a rhythm syncing with my own heartbeat. They are patient. They wait. Listen, and you will hear them. I stepped back slowly, unwillingly, toward the exit. The cabin seemed to exhale around me, heavy with memory, patient and precise. Every coincidence, every sound, every shadow had led me here. And even as I opened the door to leave, the quiet dread remained. Outside, the forest was dark, infinite. Yet I could feel the cabin, the notes, the sequence of events lingering, patient, watching, waiting. And I knew that the coincidences were far from over. They had only begun. The forest never sleeps, though it whispers like it does. I stepped out of the ranger station just as the last hints of dusk were bleeding from the sky. The path ahead was dark, a narrow ribbon of dirt framed by trees that leaned in close, their branches scratching like fingernails against one another. My flashlight cut a weak circle through the shadows, enough to see the trail, but not enough to see everything that moved just beyond it. It started with a sound, soft at first, almost indistinguishable from the wind. A twig snapping, maybe a small animal. I told myself that. My boots crunched over dry leaves, each step measured, careful. Yet the deeper I went, the more I felt it, an awareness that something was watching, lingering just past the reach of my light. Not a deer, not a fox, something else. I reached the old clearing, the one where the moon barely touched the ground through the dense canopy. Usually this place is calm. Tonight it was. I paused, letting my eyes adjust. The shadows were longer here, stretching unnaturally. And then I noticed it, a branch quivering in a way that no wind could explain. It stopped the moment I focused on it. I shook my head. Too much coffee, too much solitude. The night shift always gets under your skin, but I'm trained to notice anomalies. I stepped closer. The forest was alive with subtle cues. A rustle here, a faint thump there, but nothing concrete. Nothing I could touch. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the trees themselves had shifted, repositioned, waiting for me to move the wrong way. I followed the trail to a small creek. The water reflected the moon in fragments, rippling lightly as if disturbed by invisible hands. That's when I noticed the footprints. Not human, not deer. Something else entirely, thin, long, clawed maybe, tracking the edge of the water upstream. I crouched to examine them, my flashlight shaking in my grip. They were fresh, and yet the area was supposed to be empty tonight. A sound behind me, a low rustling like leaves scraping together, made me whirl. Nothing, just the trees, but my pulse quickened. I whispered to myself a mantra I've repeated for years: stay calm, observe, document. My voice felt absurdly loud in the stillness. And then I realized the prints hadn't been following the creek. They had been mirroring my path. Every step I took, every footfall, they were already there, waiting. I took a cautious step backward. Another crack of a twig, then another. They were keeping pace, but I saw nothing. The hair on my neck bristled. The forest was patient tonight, patient and deliberate. I moved toward the ridge where I could get a better view of the surrounding trees. The air was colder here, the smell of wet earth heavy and sweet. I could see more shadows shifting between the trunks. I told myself again, stay calm. My hand tightened on the flashlight, my knuckles whitening. The anomalies, subtle at first, were now building into something tangible, something I couldn't name. I heard it then, a soft, almost melodic tapping, slow, behind me, not random, deliberate, in rhythm with something I couldn't see. My stomach sank. I turned quickly, scanning the forest. Nothing, but the sound persisted. The notes felt like a code, a signal I wasn't meant to understand. And then, just as abruptly, it stopped. Silence, too complete. My own breathing sounded loud, intrusive, but that was all. For a moment, relief. Then I noticed the movement in the corner of my eye, a tree limb bending, not with wind, but with purpose. And behind it, just glimpsed in the shadows, the silhouette of something standing very still, watching, waiting. I froze, heart hammering. This wasn't imagination, not anymore. I could feel the presence, patient and deliberate. The thought struck me, maybe it doesn't need to move to be noticed. Maybe it simply observes, and that's enough. I told myself, document, don't panic. I reached for my radio, hopping to call in. Static, nothing. Just a low hiss like distant voices too faint to distinguish. My hands shook as I tried again. The hiss intensified as though responding to my attempt to communicate. I pulled the radio close, listening. The noise formed patterns, subtle, almost melodic, like the tapping I had heard. I had the creeping suspicion it wasn't random interference. Someone or something was sending a signal. The shadows in the trees seemed to pulse with it. I moved carefully along the ridge, scanning every branch, every dark patch between trunks. My flashlight caught glimpses of shapes, thin, elongated, too still to be normal. They weren't animals. I knew that instinctively. Their movements or absences had purpose. I could feel their attention tracing my steps. I paused at a fallen log, crouching behind it to catch my breath. The tapping returned, closer this time, echoing from multiple directions at once. I could feel it in my chest, a slow vibration, as if the forest itself were alive with intention. And then I noticed the scratches, thin, vertical marks on nearby trees, clawed, deliberate, forming patterns that seemed to repeat the rhythm of the tapping. I swallowed hard. Every instinct screamed to retreat, but my training held me there. Observe, document, survive. I bent closer to the marks, running my gloved fingers over them. They were fresh, deep, and unmistakably deliberate. Someone or something had been here recently and had been watching the same forest I was. A soft wind stirred the leaves, carrying faint sounds of movement that didn't align with the breeze. I stood, flashlight sweeping slowly, trying to catch anything in the light. Shadows shifted unnaturally, then froze when my beam touched them. Patience. Deliberate patience. It was a pattern, a rhythm, and I was part of it now. The forest floor beneath me seemed to change subtly with every step. Small indentations appeared where there had been none. Leaves scattered in unnatural formations. It felt as if the ground remembered each movement I made and adapted accordingly. My pulse raced. This was no ordinary anomaly. The woods were alive in a way I had never encountered. I continued along the trail, senses straining. Every snapped twig, every rustle felt synchronized with my movements. A part of me wanted to run, but I knew that might trigger something else entirely. The creatures or presences weren't attacking. They were observing, waiting, testing. I reached the small clearing again, flashlight trembling. The moonlight revealed something I hadn't seen before. A circle of stones, freshly disturbed, as if someone had arranged them to mark a space, a ritual, or a warning. My stomach knotted. The tapping returned, faster now, echoing through the trees. I could almost interpret it as a message, one I couldn't understand but instinctively knew was directed at me. I crouched by the circle, examining the stones. Small scratches marked their edges, similar to the patterns on the trees. The forest around me seemed to pulse with life, shadows stretching longer, moving closer without actually stepping forward. I realized the anomalies weren't anomalies at all. They were signals, deliberate and intentional, designed to communicate something beyond human comprehension. Then I heard it, a soft, almost inaudible whisper carried by the wind. Words, perhaps, or just a sound mimicking speech. My skin prickled. The presence I had felt all night seemed to consolidate behind me, patient, deliberate, aware. I dared not turn, fearing that even the act of observation might provoke it. I traced the pattern of scratches with my mind, noticing the rhythm matched my own heartbeat. The forest wasn't just alive. It was conscious, interactive. My movements, my observations, my very awareness were feeding it, shaping it. I felt both terror and fascination, drawn into a web I could not escape. The tapping ceased. Silence returned, thick and oppressive. I glanced at my watch. Time had passed in uneven bursts. Something in the woods had orchestrated the night, guiding me, testing me, observing my reactions. And even as I moved toward the station, the unease lingered, a persistent weight on my chest. The moonlight fell unevenly through the trees, highlighting empty spaces and distorted shadows. I could feel eyes, hundreds, maybe thousands, following, watching, cataloging. I wanted to call it imagination, training stress, fatigue, but my instincts screamed otherwise. The anomalies were real, deliberate, and patient. By the time I returned to the ranger station, the woods seemed quieter, but the awareness lingered. The rhythm of tapping, the patterns of scratches, the subtle movement of shadows, they had left an imprint on me, a quiet dread that would not leave with daylight. Even as I locked the station doors, I felt it outside, patient, deliberate, waiting for my next shift. I sat at my desk, trying to log observations, but the words felt inadequate. How do you describe deliberate attention that isn't human? How do you write about patient observation in a forest that seems to move with intent? The anomalies weren't random. They were warnings, tests, messages I was only beginning to comprehend. Night after night, the forest would return. Every shift, the tapping, the scratches, the shadows, all of it. And every shift, I would notice things I hadn't before, subtle differences, new signs. It wasn't just a forest. It was a consciousness, patient and deliberate, shaping itself around me and perhaps judging me. And as I turned off the lights and prepared to leave, I realized that the forest had learned my rhythm, my heartbeat, my attention. The anomalies weren't just things to observe. They were living, adaptive, patient. And tomorrow night, when I returned for another shift, I would step once more into their awareness. I never thought the records would feel personal. I sat at the desk in my cabin, the dim light of the lamp cutting through the night, rifling through old ranger logs, thinking I was just passing time. Names, dates, short notes, hikers gone, never found, trails abandoned. Usually it's just numbers and bureaucracy. But then I noticed something. The same landmarks kept popping up. The creek bend, the old ridge, and the cabin near the clearing. My own cabin. I laughed quietly, trying to shake it off. Coincidence. Just numbers, old paperwork. But the gnawing feeling wouldn't leave. The notes described scratches on trees, strange symbols etched in the dirt, and a peculiar tapping sound in the night. I paused, my hand on the page, realizing the tapping described was the same one I had heard on my last shift. The room felt colder suddenly. I looked around, the shadows of the furniture stretching long, twisting strangely under the lamp's weak light. The creek outside whispered as usual, but tonight it sounded different, deliberate, patient. My pulse accelerated, the old unease from the forest returning, sharper, closer. I remembered the footprints I had seen near the creek, thin and clawed, following my own steps. Were they connected? The logs made it clear. Every missing hiker had been reported seeing signs just like mine. Scratches, tapping, shadows moving with intention, and all of them vanished. I tried to tell myself it was paranoia, exhaustion, being alone in the woods at night warps perception. But then I noticed the first clue in my cabin, a faint mark on the wooden floorboards, thin, precise, and deliberate. I knelt, flashlight trembling in my hand. The scratch was fresh, running parallel to the cabin wall, not something that could happen naturally. Something had been here, moving while I slept, careful, patient. I checked the perimeter, heart hammering. Everything looked normal, still, silent, but the unease refused to leave. The logs mentioned hikers noticing a circle of stones near the clearing, symbols etched into bark, and strange rhythmic noises at night. I remembered my own circle of stones near the clearing, the scratches on the trees, and the tapping echoing in patterns that matched my heartbeat. I realized with a sinking dread that I was living inside the same story as those missing hikers. Their experiences weren't just coincidences, they were warnings, and I was the latest entry. The wind rattled the windows, carrying a faint tapping. I froze, listening. It was close, near the edge of the cabin. I held my breath. The tapping stopped when I blinked, leaving only silence. I checked the floorboards again. Another mark. This one seemed to lead toward the door. I opened it slowly. The night air was cold, smelling of wet earth and something faintly metallic. The forest loomed, patient and deliberate, stretching around me like it had always been waiting. I stepped outside, scanning the shadows. My flashlight cut a narrow beam across the ground. There. Another scratch, identical to the one in my cabin, running toward the trees. My mind raced. I was tracing the same patterns the missing hikers had followed, except I was awake, aware, and still here. Was awareness a protection or a curse? I couldn't tell. I followed the scratches toward the clearing. The tapping resumed, softer now, almost melodic. I moved cautiously, flashlight sweeping slowly. The shadows seemed to twist, stretching longer, moving slightly with every step. The forest wasn't still. It was conscious, deliberate, adjusting to me, guiding me like it had guided those before me. The clearing came into view. Moonlight fractured through the canopy, illuminating the circle of stones I had seen earlier. But tonight it looked different. The stones were arranged in a new pattern, symbols I hadn't noticed before etched in the dirt between them. I crouched closer. The scratches matched the rhythm of the tapping. This was deliberate. Someone or something was sending a message, testing me, watching how I responded. I stepped closer, heart in my throat, and noticed movement in the trees. Shadows, long and thin, flickering at the edge of the light. I swallowed hard. They weren't animals. They had intent, patience, the same intent I had seen in the previous hikers' reports. A gust of wind carried whispers, almost words, through the clearing. I froze, straining to hear. I couldn't make sense of them, but the rhythm matched the tapping. My pulse synchronized with it, fast then slow, like the forest was pulling me into its own cadence. I crouched near the stones, tracing the etched symbols with a gloved hand. They were deep, precise, deliberate. Whoever, or whatever, had made them had waited for someone to arrive, someone to notice. And I had. I noticed something else, footprints, shallow and thin, circling the clearing. They weren't mine, and they didn't match any known animal. Fresh, careful, tracking every movement. And they led back into the trees, disappearing into the darkness beyond my flashlight. I felt eyes on me. Not human eyes, but aware, deliberate. The forest wasn't just observing, it was interacting, responding, adapting. Each movement I made seemed anticipated, mirrored. I realized with a chill that I was being tested like the hikers before me. Those who didn't survive had been unprepared. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on the circle. The tapping stopped. Silence. Too complete. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. And then, faintly, the scratches on the trees whispered a pattern, a sequence I couldn't interpret but recognized instinctively. Follow. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to retreat, to run back to the cabin, to ignore the patterns. But curiosity, trained observation, the need to understand it pushed me forward. Step by careful step, I moved deeper into the forest, following the sequence. The tapping returned, now slower, deliberate, leading me. The woods shifted subtly around me. Leaves scattered in unnatural arcs, twigs bent, shadows lengthened. The forest was alive with intent, shaping itself around my path. And somewhere in the depths of that awareness, I knew it had been waiting for me. I came to a small creek, the same one mentioned in the missing hikers' logs. Footprints lined the bank, not human, not animal, leading upstream. I followed, flashlight trembling. Every step was mirrored in shadow, every sound echoed as if by another presence, unseen but patient. A faint figure appeared briefly at the edge of my light, tall, thin, featureless. Gone in an instant, my pulse quickened. I remembered the reports, glimpses of something moving in the shadows, vanishing when observed directly. The stories weren't folklore, they were warnings. I continued along the creek, following the pattern of scratches, footprints, and tapping. The forest responded, adjusting around me. The symbols in the dirt, etched in precise formations, felt like a code, a language I wasn't meant to fully understand but could interpret enough to survive. The moonlight flickered as clouds passed overhead. I noticed a change in the shadows, a subtle distortion. The forest was not neutral, it was aware, and it had been aware for years, observing hikers, learning their patterns, testing their awareness. Those who failed disappeared. Those who succeeded became part of it, quietly catalogued, marked in subtle ways that no one outside could detect. I paused, flashlight trained on the creek bank. Another scratch, deeper this time, fresh. I realized with horror it matched my own steps exactly. I had been mirrored since leaving the cabin. Every move, every hesitation, every glance had been anticipated. And now the forest wasn't just observing, it was responding. I backed toward the cabin, trying to leave the clearing behind. The tapping slowed, fading into silence. Footprints remained, circling the clearing, then vanishing. I reached the cabin door, breath ragged. Every instinct screamed relief, but the unease lingered. The scratches, the symbols, the tapping, they had left their imprint on me. Inside, I closed the door carefully. The forest outside was still silent, but I could feel it watching, waiting. The missing hikers' stories weren't finished. Their patterns, their warnings, were alive in me now. I couldn't ignore them, and the forest, patient and deliberate, would continue. I sat at my desk, trembling slightly, trying to log my observations. The scratching on the floorboards, the circle of stones, the symbols etched in dirt, they were all here in my own cabin, in my own path. I realized the forest had learned me, cataloged me, marked me as another entry in its long record. The tapping began again, faint and rhythmic, echoing from the edge of the cabin. I froze. Not a threat, but a message. The forest had acknowledged my awareness, and like the hikers before me, I was now part of the story. Outside, the wind stirred the trees, carrying whispers through the night. I sat still, flashlight dimmed, listening. I knew the forest would continue its test, night after night, waiting for my next shift, adjusting, observing. And I knew with certainty that those who disappeared before me hadn't failed because of fear. They failed because they didn't understand the forest's intent. I had only begun to understand, and understanding brought its own terror. The forest never looks the same twice. Even after years on night shifts, every walk feels like a first step into a place that watches, waits, and judges. That night I was following the usual patrol route, flashlights slicing thin arcs through the darkness, leaves crackling under boots, every sound amplified. The wind had picked up, whistling through the branches, carrying an unfamiliar chill that settled in my bones. I remember noticing it immediately, the way the shadows shifted before me, darker than usual, almost solid. I paused, instinct telling me something was off. A movement at the edge of my light caught my eye, quick, deliberate, human-shaped but wrong. Too thin, too elongated, like a shadow trying to mimic a body. I froze, my flashlight trembled in my grip. It didn't make a sound, not a snap of a twig, not a rustle. Just stood there, or maybe hovered at the tree line. My heart thumped, a rhythm I couldn't control. I blinked and it was gone, just gone, not hidden behind a tree, not running away. Gone. I took a cautious step forward. The leaves whispered underfoot. My brain screamed coincidence, tricks of the light, exhaustion. But the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. I knew the reports of missing hikers, the strange patterns in the trees, the tapping. I knew this forest was not neutral. It remembered, it recorded, and it responded. A sudden flicker of movement made me spin. There it was again, further down the trail, exactly where I hadn't expected. Perfectly human in silhouette, yet wrong in posture, rigid yet fluid. My breath caught. My flashlight beam wavered as if resisting the truth. I tried to speak, but my voice faltered. Who's there? Nothing. Silence. I took another step. Shadows around me thickened, pressing in from every side. The forest seemed to bend toward me, listening, observing. The figure stayed just at the edge, always shifting, always watching. I realized then it wasn't bound by logic. It wasn't a person. It was something else. Something that could choose exactly when to exist and when to vanish. I forced myself to follow, keeping distance, keeping light trained. Each step revealed more, trees scarred with scratches I hadn't noticed before, low branches bent in deliberate angles. The air smelled faintly metallic, coppery, mixed with wet earth. My pulse raced. This was no coincidence. This was an invitation, or a warning. I reached the clearing near the old ridge, the same clearing the missing hikers had written about. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting fractured patterns across the ground. And there it was, standing at the far edge, human-shaped, still, watching, waiting. I tried to measure the distance. 5 meters, 10. It didn't matter. I knew it could be anywhere in a heartbeat. I remembered the logs, the hikers who had seen something in the trees only to vanish without trace. Every instinct screamed to retreat, but something in me, curiosity, stubbornness, or maybe madness, kept me rooted. The shadow tilted its head slightly, almost a mimic of human curiosity. My flashlight beam flicked, revealing nothing but empty space. My own shadow stretched across the dirt, intertwining with shapes I couldn't name. I blinked. The figure was gone again. I spun, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just the wind, just leaves. I heard it then, a whisper, or maybe the wind. Words I couldn't understand, carried in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. I froze. Every muscle in my body tensed. I realized I was being studied, measured like the hikers before me. The difference was I was awake, aware, and still here. For now. A movement to my left. The shadow reappeared, closer now, peering from behind a tree. It didn't step into the light. It didn't need to. It existed at the edge of perception, perfect and wrong. I shivered, realizing the forest had shaped it, honed it from the patterns of those who came before. I took a cautious step back. The shadow moved in perfect synchronization, appearing where I least expected it. I stumbled, heart hammering, flashlight swinging wildly. Light cut through branches, casting dancing shapes across the forest floor, but the figure wasn't among them. Not really. It was everywhere and nowhere. I thought of the missing hikers again, of the notes and scratches, of the tapping, of the strange etchings in the dirt. They hadn't known it fully, but they had sensed it, and I was starting to understand. The forest wasn't passive. It had a memory. It had intent, and it used those who wandered to play a pattern I was only beginning to see. The wind carried a new sound, low and almost conversational. Not words, not yet, but rhythm, cadence. It matched the tapping I had heard in my cabin before, in the clearing, in the logs. I realized with a sudden dread that this shadow, this presence, wasn't separate from the forest. It was the forest, a manifestation of its awareness, its patience, its ability to observe and test. I froze completely, flashlight trembling in my hand. The shadow stepped forward slightly, but only as far as the trees allowed it. It paused, as if waiting for me to react. I realized then I could flee, but it would follow. I could fight, but it would adapt. I could surrender, and perhaps it would disappear. Or maybe I'd vanish like the others. My mind raced. I thought of the scratches leading away from the clearing, the footprints along the creek, the circle of stones, patterns, messages, warnings. Every hiker had ignored one detail. The forest was never neutral. Every element, every shadow, every whisper was deliberate. I took a step backward, trying to retreat toward the trail that led home. The shadow followed, appearing intermittently between trees, mirroring my steps with impossible precision. Each flicker of movement was calculated, designed to unsettle, to teach me the rules I hadn't learned yet. I stopped again. My own shadow stretched and twisted across the ground, mingling with shapes that shouldn't exist. And then I saw it not just in front, but behind me as well. I spun. Empty forest. And yet a presence undeniable, pressing against my awareness from every angle. I realized the fear wasn't in the shadow itself. It was in the understanding of what it represented. The forest remembered. It adapted. It waited. It collected those who didn't notice. And now it had noticed me. I tried to speak, whispering into the night. "What do you want?" My voice sounded small, fragile, swallowed immediately by the trees. No response. Only the rhythm of the tapping, the low whispering wind, the subtle swaying of shadows. I started walking back toward the cabin, flashlight sweeping, ears straining. Every few steps the shadow reappeared, sometimes just a shape in the tree line, sometimes a flicker at the edge of vision. It never attacked. It didn't need to. Presence alone was enough. Control. Observation. A slow tightening around me, like the forest itself was drawing me into its patterns. The path seemed longer than usual. The moon shifted behind clouds, deepening shadows. I could feel my mind stretching, trying to interpret what I was seeing, to understand its purpose. But comprehension slipped just as quickly as it formed. The shadow stayed ahead, disappearing when I tried to focus, appearing when I least expected. I reached the clearing near my cabin. Familiar stones, familiar scratches. Relief almost washed over me, but the shadow remained at the edge, patient, unblinking, neither approaching nor retreating. It existed outside logic, waiting for me to make a mistake. I paused, taking a breath. The tapping faded, leaving only silence. My own heartbeat echoed in my ears. I felt the air shift, carrying faint whispers again, impossible to understand. And then, just before stepping into the cabin, I saw it one last time, at the edge of the clearing, watching, waiting. A silhouette in the trees, human but wrong, familiar yet alien. And then it vanished. Inside the cabin, I closed the door, locking it carefully. I sat at my desk, flashlight dimmed. Shadows stretched across the walls, still long, still alive. I knew the forest hadn't gone anywhere. The shadow hadn't left. It was patient, deliberate, waiting for the next shift, the next walk, the next step I might take. I realized something else. Fear was useless. Understanding might help. Awareness could protect for now. But the shadow was a reminder. The forest remembers, the forest adapts, and the forest waits. Always. And one day it would test me again. I leaned back, chest heaving, trying to steady my thoughts. The shadow wasn't just a presence in the trees. It was a lesson, a warning, and I was still learning how to read it. Outside, the night remained quiet, too quiet, and I knew that at any moment just beyond the reach of light it could appear again, patient, silent, watching. The fog hit me before I even saw the lake. Thick, clinging, smelling faintly of damp pine and something older, something I couldn't name. My boots sank slightly in the soft earth as I stepped off the rickety dock, each creak echoing across the water, though I couldn't see the shore beyond 10 feet. The world had shrunk to gray mist and the smell of wet wood. The cabin stood where I remembered it, though the fog made it feel unreal, as if it had drifted here from another time. Boards warped, windows dark and unwelcoming. I hesitated, listening. Nothing moved, but the silence had weight, a heaviness that pressed against my chest. I fumbled with the key. The metal was cold, slipping in my damp fingers. The door groaned as I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of mildew, dust, and the faint tang of smoke, like someone had just left. My flashlight swept across the room. A cracked table, chairs tipped over, a small stove in one corner. Everything familiar, yet the fog outside made it feel like I'd stepped into a dream I shouldn't remember. I moved to the window, pressing my hand against the cold glass. The lake had vanished beneath the gray shroud, its edges swallowed by mist. And yet I felt its presence, a subtle vibration under my feet, like the water was watching, breathing. A sudden tap drew my attention to the table. A scrap of paper lay there, curling at the edges as if someone had left it in a hurry. I picked it up. Scribbled lines, messy, frantic handwriting. Words that made my stomach twist. It moves closer when the fog is thick. Watch for it at the edge. Never ignore the whisper. I swallowed. My hand shook slightly. The wind howled outside, though the trees remained still. I told myself it was an old note, leftover from some previous visitor, but my gut knew better. There was a rhythm to it, a pulse, like the cabin itself had been waiting for someone to read that note again. I tried to shake it off, set the paper down and checked the stove. Cold, empty, no fire, no warmth. Outside, the fog thickened, swallowing the dock, the shore, the trees. The water seemed to rise silently, inching closer. I took a cautious step back, scanning the room. Shadows pressed into corners, folding over themselves. Something shifted in the fog outside, just beyond the reach of light. I blinked. Gone. Footsteps, or maybe the echo of my own boots in the cabin. Hard to tell. My pulse quickened. The note's words returned to me. Watch for it at the edge. I didn't know what it was yet. I didn't want to know. And still I felt the pull, the fog pressing me toward the window. I leaned closer. Shapes emerged from the gray, vague outlines of the opposite shore, twisted into forms that made my stomach tight. Branches that didn't belong. A figure. I thought I saw a figure, human-like, standing just beyond the reach of light. I squinted, but the fog consumed it. By the time my brain decided to name it, it was gone. Vanished into mist. I moved to the kitchen corner, trying to steady myself. The cabin creaked, settling, or was it something else? The air smelled suddenly metallic, copper. My throat tightened. I thought of the lake, of the stories about it, quiet in the day, dangerous at night. I'd come here for solitude, for clarity. Now I realized I'd invited something else. The wind carried a sound, soft, deliberate, a whisper threading through the fog. I froze. It wasn't words, not yet, but the rhythm was human, waiting, expecting. I pressed my back against the wall, flashlight scanning. Empty. And yet I felt it movement, not through sight, but through the very air around me. I remembered the note again, the frantic handwriting. My hand moved almost without thought, tracing the edges of the paper. Never ignore the whisper. The hairs on my arm stood. I told myself to breathe. In, out, logical thoughts, logical fears. And yet, even as I tried to convince myself, the whisper grew clearer, threading through the cabin, curling around my spine. I forced myself to the door, peering out. The fog swallowed everything. The dock was gone, the lake invisible, and then faint, distant, the soft outline of something moving just at the edge of perception. A shadow, a trick of the fog, I couldn't tell. My chest tightened. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, loud and uneven. I took a cautious step out, floorboards groaning under my weight. The fog pressed in, wrapping around me like cold cloth. Shapes danced, shifting. I saw them at the corner of my vision, branches bending unnaturally, reflections in the water that weren't my own. I spun. Nothing. And yet the sense of being watched remained, pressing against me from every angle. I stumbled to the dock, flashlight sweeping, heart hammering. The fog clung to everything, flattening distance, erasing familiar markers. Then a flicker, light, movement, almost human. I froze. My mind shouted coincidence, exhaustion, but the sensation was too vivid, too precise. The outline vanished before I could focus. Just fog, just water, just the pull of something unseen. I backed toward the cabin, trying to rationalize. Sleep deprivation, imagination, old legends. It had to be. And yet, the metal taste in my mouth, the vibration under my feet told me otherwise. Something was here, watching, calculating, waiting. I reached the door, slammed it closed. The cabin shook slightly, or maybe my perception did. The whispering continued outside, soft, playful, mocking. I could feel it move with the fog, stretching across the water, curling into the corners of the cabin. The note lay on the table. I picked it up again, reading the final line I hadn't noticed. When it moves closer, the water reflects more than light. A sudden movement on the lake. My flashlight caught a ripple, not wind, not a fish. Something beneath, shaping the surface, too deliberate to be natural. I leaned closer to the window, heart pounding, fingers trembling. Shapes shifted beneath the fog, limbs, or just branches. My mind tried to order them into sense. Couldn't decide, couldn't breathe. The whisper turned into a faint melody, impossibly slow, wrapping around my ears. I felt vertigo, the cabin tilting slightly, or maybe my senses were unmoored. Each beat of my heart matched the rhythm. Every flicker in the fog felt like it acknowledged me, measured me, tested me. I stumbled back, falling onto the dusty floor. Flashlight rolled across the room, casting erratic light. Shadows bounced across the walls, and then I saw it, or thought I did. A figure at the edge of the dock. Not human, not quite, perfectly still, waiting, watching. And then a blink, gone, only fog, only water, only the faint, mocking whisper. I tried to calm myself, leaning against the table, flashlight shaking in my hand. The note's words circled in my head. The whisper continued, always present, impossible to ignore. The fog seemed to thicken further, turning the lake into a blank, gray canvas. I realized with a twist of dread that the fog wasn't natural. It was alive, or at least animated by something beyond me, something that knew I was here. Hours or minutes passed, I couldn't tell. Time became unreliable, a flat line beneath the oppressive gray. Every creak, every tap, every subtle shift in the fog made me flinch. I felt eyes where there should be none. I felt movement where the world was still. Finally, exhaustion pulled me toward the cabin's small bed. I laid down, flashlight propped beside me. Shadows stretched across the walls, folding over themselves. I wanted to close my eyes, to sleep, to deny the presence outside. And yet the whisper persisted. It didn't need to speak. It only needed to exist. And I knew as I drifted on the edge of consciousness that the fog would follow, would watch, would wait. Morning, or some approximation of it, came slowly. Sunlight filtered weakly through the fog, turning it into a pale silver curtain. The lake reappeared, calm, innocent, betraying nothing of the night's events. I stepped outside, hesitant, heart still hammering. No figure, no ripple, just the lake and the pale dawn. And yet the note remained in my hand, scribbled, urgent, unfinished, a warning without an ending. I realized the fog, the whisper, the movement on the water, they weren't finished. They had only just begun. I took one last look at the lake before retreating to the cabin. Something shifted beneath the surface, subtle, nearly invisible. The fog wasn't gone. The whisper wasn't gone. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me that the lake, and whatever haunted it, was waiting for night to return. Waiting for me to return. I woke to the fog still clinging to the cabin, thick and unyielding. The lake outside looked like molten silver, smooth and impossible, reflecting nothing but the gray haze above. I stepped to the window, pressing my hand to the cold glass. That reflection, the one that wasn't mine, was gone, or maybe it had never been there. My mind insisted it was nothing, but something inside me, deeper and older, whispered otherwise. I slipped my boots back on and stepped outside. The earth was soft and slick with dew, each footstep swallowed by the fog. I tried to follow the shoreline, hopping to make sense of last night's strange movements. The dock stretched into nothing, disappearing into the gray. My flashlight barely penetrated the mist, but I moved forward anyway. Something about the way the fog hung over the water made it feel alive, like it was waiting, breathing. Then I heard it, faint, almost imperceptible, voices. Low, indecipherable murmurs that rose and fell with the fog's rhythm. I froze, straining to catch them. No one was visible, no boat, no figure, nothing but the lake and its silver mirror. And yet the words came like echoes trapped beneath the surface. Pleading, laughing, I couldn't tell. They were fragments, bits of sound too fleeting to grasp. My heart quickened. I stepped closer to the water's edge, flashlight trembling. Each ripple reflected something, small and broken. A face, a hand, a glance that wasn't mine. I blinked and it was gone. Only the gray remained. I wanted to turn back, to retreat to the cabin, to ignore whatever past tragedies lingered in the water. But the whispers, soft and insistent, pulled me forward. I crouched by the shoreline. The water was cold against my fingers, almost alive, sliding over my skin with a subtle resistance. Another ripple and I saw it, a faint reflection of a figure sitting on the dock, head in hand, staring at the water. It wasn't real, couldn't be. And yet it mirrored my posture, my hesitation, my fear. I jerked my hand back. The reflection vanished. The whispers rose, tangled with the wind, carrying fragments of words I almost understood. Don't leave alone. I stumbled back, breath ragged. Something about the rhythm of the voices was familiar, like a memory I couldn't place, buried beneath layers of time. My mind tried to anchor itself in logic. Echoes of past visitors, perhaps, lost to the lake, speaking through the water. But the familiarity gnawed at me. I had never been here before, had I? I wandered along the edge, flashlight skimming over the gray mirror. Each reflection seemed to tell a story I couldn't follow, images snapping into view and disappearing before I could name them. Children laughing in a circle, a man reaching toward the water, someone screaming silently. Gone the instant I blinked. I pressed my hand to my chest. The fog made it all too easy to believe, too easy to see what shouldn't exist. A soft thud came from the dock. I froze, not a loud noise, just enough to make the air quiver. My flashlight traced the boards, empty. And yet I could feel weight there, a presence hovering just beyond the edge of understanding. Something had been waiting or watching, or maybe I had been waiting, watching all along. I sank to the ground, knees in the cold earth, flashlight balanced on a rock. The whispers continued, circling me, teasing the edges of comprehension. Each time I thought I recognized a phrase, it vanished, replaced by another. You should. It's too late. We waited. My stomach twisted. Who were they? What had happened here? The lake didn't answer, but the fog shivered, and I knew it remembered. I thought of the cabin, of the note last night. The warning about whispers, about watching. I should have ignored it, left it behind. But curiosity, or something older and stubborn, drove me forward. I scanned the shoreline, noting every shift in the mist, every ripple, every subtle reflection. I tried to map it, name it, but logic slipped through my fingers. The water distorted everything, reflecting not only the world but pieces of memory I had never lived. A sudden flash of motion on the water caught my attention. I leaned forward, squinting. Two figures intertwined, lying across the surface, or was it beneath? The fog warped them, made them impossible to define. I wanted to call out, to demand clarity, but my voice felt swallowed by the mist. The whispers rose, urgent now, overlapping. See, remember, join us. My stomach dropped. I knew, without knowing how, that these weren't echoes of people who had simply died. They were something else, trapped in the water, reaching through time and memory. I stumbled back, clutching my chest. The lake seemed to pulse, each ripple timed with my heartbeat. Every reflection was alive, moving with intention, shaping itself to my gaze. I realized the past tragedies weren't distant. They were here in the water, waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for recognition, waiting for me. I forced myself to look again, carefully scanning each reflection. Faces emerged, fleeting and pale. A young man clutching a torn map, a woman staring into the fog with hollow eyes, children laughing in slow motion. They were fragments, shattered moments preserved in liquid glass. I reached toward the water, hesitant, hand trembling. The whispers turned sharper, layering over one another, as if the lake itself was trying to speak through me. Then the reflection of a cabin appeared. Not mine. An older one, rotting, sunken slightly into the shore. Smoke trailed lazily from a broken chimney. A figure moved inside, barely visible, turning toward me with an expression of despair I could feel but not name. I blinked. It was gone. Only my own reflection stared back. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed. The whispers became coherent enough to haunt me. We never left, never. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it did no good. The lake carried memory, and memory demanded witness. I realized the fog wasn't merely weather, it was history preserved in cold, gray water. Each ripple held a life, each shadow a tragedy. Hours, or some fractured sense of hours, passed. I didn't move. I watched the lake, traced each reflection with desperate attention. The whispers ebbed and flowed, giving glimpses of stories, each one half told, fragmented. A man screaming, a child lost, a woman crying silently into the mist. Each fragment lodged in my mind, impossible to ignore. I thought of leaving, of retreating to the cabin, of pretending none of this had touched me. But the lake, the fog, the whispers, they insisted. I was here now. I had seen. I had acknowledged. An acknowledgement, I realized, was part of the binding. I couldn't leave the past behind, it had found me. A subtle vibration beneath my feet made me start. Not the water. It was the earth itself, subtle, measured. The whispers converged, rising in a pattern almost human. I leaned closer to the edge, flashlight trembling, breath shallow. Shapes shifted in the fog, indistinct, human, animal, impossible. They moved as if rehearsed, repeating gestures frozen in memory. My mind tried to catalog, to name, to escape, but it failed. I reached out, hand trembling above the water. A reflection of myself appeared, distorted, elongated, eyes hollow. It whispered, and for the first time I thought I understood. Witness. I recoiled, heart hammering, and the reflection split into dozens of images, all mirroring me, all whispering, all pointing toward the lake's endless gray. I backed toward the shore, falling onto damp grass. My mind reeled, trying to parse the voices, the reflections, the fog's insistence. I realized with quiet horror that the lake demanded recognition. The past, the echoes, the tragedies, they weren't static. They were active, waiting, wanting. The fog began to lift slowly, though the whispers persisted, fatting with the morning light. Shapes dissolved into the silver water. The reflections returned to normal, leaving only my own pale face staring back. Yet I knew, instinctively, that the lake had marked me. The echoes would follow, waiting beneath the surface, stirring with each ripple, reaching through memory and mist. I returned to the cabin, shaken. The note from last night still lay on the table, untouched. I picked it up, rereading the line I had overlooked. The water never forgets. Listen, or it will make you remember. I set it down, staring at the lake through the window. Calm again, innocent looking. And yet the faintest ripple suggested otherwise, a memory brushing the surface, alive and patient. I sat in silence, listening, knowing that sleep would not grant escape. Every sound, every movement in the fog, every flicker in the water, carried the weight of lives I had glimpsed but never fully understood. I realized the lake didn't care for my understanding. It only cared for witness. And now I was bound. Morning came fully, sun breaking weakly through the mist. The water looked peaceful, almost inviting, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes beneath the surface. I stepped closer, hand brushing against the railing, heart still racing. The whispers lingered, low and patient, reminding me that the lake remembers everything, that the past is never gone, and that some memories will not let go. I found it almost by accident. The fog had lifted slightly by morning, revealing the far edge of the lake I hadn't dared approach before. Something dark jutted from the water, barely visible through reeds and shallow waves. A boat, old, rusted, tilting as if it had been abandoned mid-motion decades ago. Its wood was swollen, cracked, metal fittings corroded, but it held, stubborn against the water. I stepped closer, boots squelching in mud. My hand brushed the side of the boat and a shiver ran up my arm. It felt alive, or maybe it was just the cold seeping through me, but the unease pressed hard like the lake itself was watching. I leaned over, peering inside. The interior was empty save for water-stained leaves and a few broken oars. But then I saw something half buried beneath a rotten plank. A box. Small, wooden, locked. I knelt, brushing away decades of muck. The lock was rusted through, almost fragile. I twisted it, heart thumping, and it gave with a quiet snap. Inside were letters, brittle and yellow, tied with a ribbon now faded to gray. I picked one up, careful not to tear it. The handwriting was jagged, urgent. A name I didn't recognize, a date from 50 years ago. Yet as I read, the words felt intimate, directed at me. Not literally, but somehow meant to be discovered. A warning, a confession, a memory. I read through them quickly. One letter mentioned the boat, the lake, the fog. A man writing to his brother speaking of strange noises, voices carried across water at night, shadows under the reeds. I swallowed hard. It could have been anyone decades ago. And yet every detail mirrored my own experience. The fog, the whispers, the reflections. How could that be? The next letter slipped from my fingers, landing in the water. I retrieved it, damp at the edges. It described a child lost to the lake, swallowed by mist and silence. A family undone. I felt the weight of it settle on my chest, pressing, unrelenting. The words seemed alive. Every line a finger tracing my spine, every sentence a chill that wouldn't leave. I looked up. The fog had returned, creeping in over the water's surface. The boat groaned as it shifted with the slightest wave. My flashlight hovered over it, trembling. I thought I saw movement in the reeds. A shadow, brief, human-shaped, almost certain to be imagined. But it mirrored the tension in my chest, the fear I couldn't name. Something or someone had been waiting here for a witness. I dug further into the boat. More items. Personal belongings scattered with time's neglect. A child's shoe, small and cracked with age. A broken watch, hands frozen at midnight. A photograph, water-stained but legible. A family posing by the lake, smiles bright despite the shadows lurking behind their eyes. And then I noticed it. Someone had written on the back of the photo, a name I couldn't read fully. Only the last letter remained clear, my own initial. I blinked, my hand shook. Couldn't be. But the thought lingered, poisonous. I wanted to laugh, to tell myself I was imagining it, that years of solitude and fog had twisted perception. But the lake did not need me to believe. It only needed me to see. And I had. A sudden gust swept across the water, splashing into the boat. I leapt back, heart hammering, as a second photograph floated free, landing at my feet. I bent down. It was me, or someone who looked exactly like me, standing on the shore, holding the same flashlight I carried. The fog in the photo was identical, curling like smoke above the water. I tore my gaze away, but the sense of wrongness remained, clawing at my mind. I sat back on the mud, chest heaving. Every item in that boat felt like a fragment of someone's life, preserved by neglect, preserved by something deeper. Memories that refused to die. I held a small, rusted locket, opening it to reveal a tiny portrait of a man and woman, smiling faintly, eyes empty. I knew with quiet horror that they had seen the same lake I did, the same fog, the same shadows I couldn't name. And like me, they had returned to leave pieces of themselves behind. The whispers started again, low, insistent. Not in my ears, but in the rhythm of the waves against the boat, the sound of the reeds swaying, the subtle creak of old wood. I swallowed. The letters, the photographs, the locket, they were a message, a chain stretching across time. The lake didn't forget. It never forgot. It only waited, patient, watching, remembering for those who could not. I explored further, stepping into the boat despite the mud and water sloshing underfoot. The wood protested beneath my weight, cracking, threatening collapse. I moved toward the stern, flashlight bouncing over decades of neglect. Another object caught my eye, a diary, water-stained but mostly intact. I opened it. The handwriting was jagged, hurried, desperate. Each entry described nights much like mine. Fog thick enough to choke vision, whispers on the water, shadows moving just beyond understanding. One entry, dated exactly 50 years ago, chilled me to the bone. It read simply, "They watch, they wait, and when you see them, they remember you too." My stomach turned. The lake was not passive. It wasn't simply holding memory. It was active, deliberate, interacting with those who dared witness it. And somehow, someway, it had pulled me into its story. Centuries later or decades later, it made no difference. I was part of its chain now. A soft splash made me start. I whipped the flashlight toward the water. Nothing. Only ripples expanding outward as if something had just moved beneath the surface. My pulse raced. Every instinct screamed to leave, but curiosity or stubbornness or foolishness kept me rooted. The diary slipped from my hand, landing in the water. I grabbed it quickly, pages sticking together, words smeared. But the message remained clear. The past was not gone, it was active, and it was waiting for acknowledgement. I reached toward the lake, toward the ripples, half expecting some phantom hand to rise from the water. Nothing appeared. Only my reflection stared back, fractured and uncertain in the disturbed surface. Yet I could feel it somehow, watching me from beneath, from the shadows in the reeds, from the fog curling over the water. The items in the boat were not just remnants, they were invitations. Invitations to remember, to witness, to join. Hours passed without awareness. The fog thickened again, swallowing the shoreline, and the boat groaned as if sighing under centuries of memory. I held the locket, the diary, the photographs, absorbing the stories. Lives preserved by the lake, lives that had ended abruptly, lives that waited to be noticed. I understood now that discovery was not neutral. Each witness became part of the lake's continuum, tied to the echoes of those who came before. A sudden shift of light made me glance up. The sun had pierced the fog slightly, and the water's surface shimmered like broken glass. For a fleeting moment, I saw every figure the lake had preserved. Men, women, children, faces pale and hollow, reflections stretching and moving beneath the surface. They didn't scream. They didn't wave. They waited, patient, eternal. And I knew I was no longer an outsider. I had seen, and seeing bound me. I stepped out of the boat finally, mud sucking at my boots, diary in hand. The items I had uncovered were not mine to keep entirely, but the memory, the knowledge was mine. And it came with a price. The whispers, low and rhythmic, followed me as I walked to the shore, reminding me that acknowledgement was responsibility, that some things once seen could never be unseen. By the time I returned to the cabin, the fog had dissipated almost entirely. Sunlight glinted off the water, making it look deceptively calm, almost cheerful. I set the items carefully on the table, arranging them in a way that honored what they represented. And yet, a faint unease lingered, the feeling that I had disturbed something that didn't want to be disturbed, that I had made contact with a presence older than myself. I sat at the cabin window, staring at the boat, rusted, decayed, tilting against the lake. I knew I would return to it. I knew the lake would call me again. Every whisper, every reflection, every fragment of memory would wait until I came back to witness it again. The past was not gone. It was patient, and it had found me. Even now, as I write this, the lake waits, still shimmering silver beneath the fog that always returns. The boat holds pieces of lives that are not mine, but that I have touched. And when I sleep, I see them. Shadows moving beneath the water, faces frozen in reflection. The locket, the diary, the photographs. They have made me part of something I cannot name, but I feel it with every heartbeat. I don't know how long I will resist. The fog will return, thick and impenetrable. The lake will ripple, and the boat will groan as though it remembers me specifically. And when I return, I will step into its water, step into its stories, and perhaps, finally, become another echo. I thought the lake had nothing left to show me, that after the rusted boat and its scattered relics, the past had been laid bare. But the water has a memory of its own, and it never forgets the eyes that linger too long. I stood at the edge, the surface smooth, glassy, like polished obsidian. The morning mist had thinned, but the air still smelled of damp earth and decay, the faint tang of iron from something buried beneath. I saw it first out of the corner of my eye. A figure standing across the lake, reflected perfectly on the surface, though I had no way of knowing if it truly stood there or was conjured by the water. At first I thought it might be someone else, another hiker foolish enough to wander this cursed place. But the stance, the outline, it was too familiar, too wrong. My heart stuttered, a sharp rhythm that left me trembling. I blinked and turned fully toward the lake. Nothing, just my reflection staring back. My breath fogged in the morning chill, and I rubbed at the glassy surface with the heel of my palm. When I looked again, the figure had returned, faint, half-formed, moving closer. Or was it my mind bending what I wanted to see? It lifted a hand slowly, deliberately. My stomach dropped. I did not move. I could not move. Each time I shifted my gaze, the figure vanished. Only the reflection held it. And yet every time it disappeared, I felt the weight of its presence pressing through the air, like the cold itself had taken shape. A whisper, too faint to catch words, brushed my ears. My pulse thudded in response, erratic. The reflection rippled once, small circles spreading outward, distorting the figure until it became something unrecognizable, something inhuman, yet still carrying a faint outline of familiarity. I stepped closer, boots sinking slightly into mud at the water's edge. The lake remained perfectly still beneath me, betraying nothing of what it held in its mirrored depths. And then it happened. Another ripple, this one larger, and the figure shifted. It leaned forward as if acknowledging me, though when I tried to focus, it melted into nothingness. A memory, a shadow, a lie, and yet I could feel it watching me. I could feel the reflection's eyes, impossible, unreal, starring with intent. I backed away instinctively, heart hammering. The lake's surface remained calm, betraying nothing, but I could no longer deny it. There was something alive here. Something that used the mirror like water as a window, teasing me, showing itself only when I wasn't looking directly. My hands shook as I lifted my flashlight, scanning the far edge, the reeds, the distant tree line. Nothing moved. Everything was perfectly still. And yet the lake whispered its secrets to me, ripples like soft fingernails over skin. I remembered the letters, the photographs, the locket. Everything left behind at the rusted boat was an echo. And this figure, this reflection, was the next fragment, reaching through time, reaching through memory. I wondered briefly if I had stumbled into something that had been waiting for me for decades, a presence that only revealed itself to those it deemed capable of seeing. Or perhaps I had always been the one it wanted, all along. The sun caught a sheen on the water, bright as silver, and I flinched. In that glare, the figure emerged fully, standing on the shore opposite me, body rigid, head tilted slightly. I raised my hand slowly, heart in my throat, but when I blinked, it was gone again. Only my reflection remained, only me, but I knew it had been there. I could feel the weight of its gaze, a pressure on my chest that made breathing difficult. I sat on a fallen log, trying to collect my thoughts. Rationality fought with fear. Maybe it was fatigue, the isolation, the relentless fog and whispering waters driving me to hallucination. Yet I knew better. My mind could not have conjured the subtle movements, the way the figure mirrored me only when unseen, the way the lake itself seemed to breathe with it. There was a logic here, an order, though I did not understand it. A breeze stirred, moving the mist across the water. And then a sound, a faint splash, almost imperceptible yet precise. I turned, flashlight sweeping, but nothing disturbed the surface. Still, the reflection changed. The figure moved closer, lips parting as if to speak, but the words dissolved before reaching my ears. My pulse quickened. I could not tear my eyes away from the lake. The reflection was all I had, and yet it was not. I remembered the diary from the rusted boat. The entry spoke of eyes in the water, of watchers who were patient, who waited for acknowledgement. I had felt it then, across time, across decades. Now it was here, present, active. The letters had been a warning, the photographs an invitation, and the boat a portal. The lake itself was alive, a mirror that did not reflect reality but revealed truth, or something worse. Hours passed, or minutes. Time seemed to twist, slowed by the hypnotic surface of the lake. The figure remained, shifting subtly, testing me. Each blink, each moment of doubt allowed it to move closer, closer, until I could feel the brush of its presence even without seeing it directly. I swallowed hard, hands clammy, breath shallow. To look directly was to make it vanish. To look away was to invite it closer. And yet I could not look away. I thought of turning, retreating to the cabin, but my feet remained rooted. Curiosity, fear, and some unnameable compulsion held me. The reflection was a puzzle, a message from something beyond understanding. Each ripple, each movement was deliberate, coded. The lake remembered me, remembered the others, remembered every fragment left behind by those who had come before. And now it demanded acknowledgement. A sudden gust rattled the reeds along the far shore. The reflection's form twisted, stretching unnaturally, and I flinched. The lake seemed to grow darker, deeper, the surface smooth as oil, reflecting the sky but hiding the depths below. I wondered briefly what might rise from beneath if the reflection chose to step out of its mirrored prison. I did not want to know, and yet the question lodged in my mind like a hook. I lowered my flashlight, trying to focus on the details to understand. The figure's face emerged faintly, familiar yet impossible. It was me, or someone shaped like me, eyes hollow, expression unreadable. It moved its hand slowly, as if beckoning, though each time I looked directly it dissolved. Only in the reflection could it exist fully, teasing, patient. The lake was teaching me something, though what I could not say. I thought of retreating entirely, but the pull was magnetic. Each ripple across the water felt like a heartbeat, each wave a whisper calling my name. My hand hovered over the surface, imagining what might happen if I reached out. I knew better. To touch the water was to touch the memory, the past, the reflection itself. And yet a compulsion, ancient, quiet, irresistible, urged me closer. A sudden light caught my attention. The sun reflected off something in the water, a locket floating almost as if carried there by the lake itself. I recognized it immediately from the rusted boat. My pulse quickened. The items were not confined to the boat. They were scattered, alive, reaching across the lake, connecting all the fragments I had uncovered. And now the reflection hovered near them, not quite present, not quite gone. I knelt at the water's edge, staring at the locket. The reflection shifted, leaning over, lips moving silently. A shiver ran down my spine. I understood then, the lake did not allow closure. It demanded engagement. It demanded witnesses, and every witness became part of its story. The reflections, the shadows, the relics, all threads in a tapestry woven over decades, centuries, perhaps longer, and I was caught in it. A final ripple disturbed the surface. The figure moved closer, bending toward me, closer than ever. I held my breath. It vanished instantly when I tried to focus fully, leaving only the locket floating, the surface calm once more. I backed away, heart hammering, the fog curling back over the lake like smoke. My reflection stared back at me, pale and uncertain, and I realized the lake had not given me anything tangible, only questions, whispers, and the weight of acknowledgement. I returned to the cabin that evening, exhausted, senses frayed. The locket sat on the table beside me, a reminder, a fragment, a challenge. The lake waited, patient, infinite, always ready to show what could not be held. And I knew I would return. I had no choice. The reflection, the echoes, the fragments of the past, they had reached me, touched me, and left their mark. I was no longer alone on this shore. Even now, as night falls, I think of the lake, of the reflection that vanished whenever I tried to capture it fully. The memory lingers, pressing against the edge of thought, and I understand. What I saw cannot be possessed, only witnessed. And each witness becomes another echo, another fragment left behind. I do not know how many times I will return or what I will find next, but the lake will wait always, and the reflection will reappear when I least expect it. The fog will return. The water will still, a perfect mirror, and I will see it again, the fleeting figure that is never truly there. The first thing I noticed was the smell, old paper, dust, something faintly coppery like dried blood. The cabin had been empty for years, maybe decades, yet the desk drawers opened with a soft creak, revealing a secret that time had tried to bury. I pulled out a stack of newspaper clippings, brittle and yellowed, edges curling like dead leaves. I didn't need to read the headlines to feel it. Something was wrong here. Something persistent, patient, waiting for someone to notice. The first article was small, tucked into a forgotten envelope. A woman disappeared while staying at a cabin near this very lake. Her name, Anna, was printed in bold alongside a photograph. She was smiling in it, unaware, her hair catching the sunlight, eyes bright. The smile looked wrong now. I traced the photo with my fingertip, the paper crumbling under my touch. The text described her last known movements, the police search, the unanswered questions. No bodies, no suspects, no closure. Just a hollow absence. I stacked the clippings carefully, my pulse quickening. More articles followed. A man, a couple, each linked to the same area, each vanished or found in ways that didn't make sense. There were patterns, subtle, almost invisible. Same month, same isolated stretch of woods, all within walking distance of this cabin. I flipped through them quickly, scanning names, dates, faces, until a cold realization settled over me. I was standing in the epicenter of a story that had no ending, one that seemed to reach for anyone who dared step too close. One clipping made me pause. It was a small box, barely noticeable, describing a rowboat found on the lake shore. The text was faded, but I could still make out that the boat had been tied to the dock, abandoned with belongings scattered inside, letters, a locket, photographs. I remembered the lake. The misty mornings, the strange ripples that seemed to follow me, the vanishing reflections. Everything was connected. And for the first time, I understood that the cabin itself might be a witness, a silent keeper of all these tragedies. I leaned back, running a hand over my face. The shadows in the room felt longer, thicker, curling toward me like smoke. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows. My eyes darted toward the fireplace. There were more clippings there, tucked behind the brick, almost as if someone or something had hidden them intentionally. I pulled them free. The stories were older now, decades in the past. Same pattern, same lake, same vanishing people. A thread woven through time, stretching toward me. A shiver ran down my spine. I felt watched, though the cabin was empty. I turned slowly, scanning corners, shadows stretching across the floorboards. My reflection in the window caught my eye. Pale, uncertain, small against the darkness of the room. I looked again at the clippings. One name leapt out, Emily. I knew that name. The photograph showed her smiling, standing in a doorway that looked eerily familiar. The doorway to this cabin. I could feel my heartbeat echo in my ears. I spread the clippings across the table, arranging them chronologically. The pattern became undeniable. Every few years, someone disappeared, someone had been here near this lake, connected to this cabin. I felt a cold knot in my stomach, a mix of fascination and dread. Who had kept these records? Why had they been hidden? And most pressing of all, what was waiting for me here that had claimed so many before? I turned one clipping over. Notes scribbled in the margin caught my eye, small, precise handwriting, almost medical in its clarity. Observations about behavior, timing, locations, even comments about the lake itself. I could almost feel the hand that wrote them, cold, calculating, patient. Someone had been watching, documenting, waiting. And now I was part of the story. That realization twisted in my gut like a living thing. The wind rattled the windows again, louder this time, sharper. A branch tapped against the glass. I jumped, heart hammering, but then laughed nervously at myself. I told myself it was just the wind, just the cabin settling. But deep down, I knew that this place had a life of its own. That the lake, the boat, the shadows, they were all threads in something larger, something I could not yet name. I picked up another clipping. The headline screamed, "Mysterious Death at Lake Shore." The body of a man found near the water, no witnesses, no explanation. I could picture it, the mist curling around his form, the reflection in the lake catching the morning sun, a fleeting image before it disappeared. I felt a pang of nausea, a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. My fingers trembled as I turned the page, revealing another story, another pattern. The cycle repeated, relentless, each story mirroring the last. I noticed something subtle, almost imperceptible. The photographs, Anna, Emily, the man by the lake, they all shared a common thread. Eyes that seemed aware even in death, aware across decades. They seemed to watch, to measure. And then horrifyingly, I realized the eyes in the photographs were not looking at the camera. They were looking at me, or at the space I occupied now. The thought made my skin prickle, hair stand on end. I placed the clipping down slowly, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I explored the cabin further, searching for more clues. Drawers, behind shelves, under floorboards. Each discovery added weight to my unease. Old letters, photographs, a journal half decayed. Some of the notes spoke of fear, of voices in the night, of shapes glimpsed across the lake. Others were clinical, detached, nodding times, behaviors, anomalies. The combination of intimacy and cold observation was unnerving. Whoever had lived or lingered here had been meticulous, calculating, watching, always watching. A sudden creak made me freeze. Footsteps perhaps, or the house itself responding to my presence. I could not tell. My eyes darted toward the doorway, toward the corners of the room where shadows pooled. For a moment I swore I saw movement, a figure lingering just beyond sight. I swallowed hard, voice caught in my throat, and reminded myself I was alone. But the certainty I felt was fleeting, replaced instantly by a gnawing suspicion that I was not. That something unseen was observing me, cataloging my reactions, folding me into the same narrative as those who had vanished before. I returned to the clippings on the table. One article was different, fresh, printed on newer paper, though yellowed with age by some unknown process. It mentioned a disappearance just a few months ago. A hiker, a cabin near the lake, no trace. The details were chillingly familiar, echoing patterns I had seen repeatedly. I felt the room tighten around me, the air thick with anticipation, dread, and something I could not name. I could almost feel the unseen eyes following me from every corner, every shadow, every reflection. The locket I found near the boat earlier came to mind. Perhaps it belonged to one of these missing individuals. Perhaps they had all left fragments behind, unwilling or unable to move on. I shivered at the thought. The clippings, the photographs, the letters, they were pieces of a larger story, one that was not finished. And now, by finding them, by reading them, by noticing the patterns, I had stepped into it. My pulse throbbed painfully, every nerve alive with fear and fascination. I noticed for the first time that some clippings were connected by faint pencil lines, small arrows, a rough grid mapping names, dates, locations. Someone had been trying to understand it, to find meaning, to anticipate the pattern. I traced one line with my fingertip, feeling a chill ripple through my arm. It connected Anna to the rowboat, to Emily, to the man near the lake. The arrows seemed to point toward the cabin itself, toward me. I drew back, heart hammering. The realization hit. The pattern had not been random. I was being guided, herded, funneled into the same path. I sat down heavily, trying to make sense of it. Each clipping was a breadcrumb, each photograph a signpost. The cabin, the lake, the boat, they were nodes in a web, a network of disappearances. And now I was part of that web. The room seemed to pulse with anticipation, the shadows stretching toward me, the air thick with unspoken warnings. I felt a cold presence, a quiet, insistent pressure, reminding me that I was never truly alone here. I picked up the final clipping, older than the rest, edges torn, ink faded. It described an investigator obsessed with the lake, with the cabin, with the disappearances. He had vanished without a trace, leaving only notes, journals, a faint trail that hinted at a deeper truth. I felt a shiver of recognition. The obsession, the pull, the compulsion to understand. It was the same feeling that gripped me now. The lake, the cabin, the past, they called to certain people, and I was one of them. I stacked the clippings carefully, hands still trembling. The room was silent, but the silence was not empty. It was filled with the weight of every story, every disappearance, every eye that had ever looked out from these pages. The connections were unsettling, undeniable, and they pressed on my mind, refusing to let go. I realized with a cold certainty that I had uncovered something alive, something that waited for witnesses, for participants, for acknowledgement. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees. The lake gleamed faintly in the distance, smooth and unbroken, reflecting the sky but hiding its depths. I could feel it, the same pull that had guided me here, reaching across the years, across every tragedy recorded in these clippings. It was patient, eternal, and it was waiting. I understood finally that the cabin was not merely a witness. It was a participant, a keeper. And now I was part of its story, whether I wanted to be or not. I closed the last drawer, the stack of clippings in my hand. The air was heavy, charged, almost alive. I felt eyes on me in the shadows in the corners in the lake beyond the cabin, and I knew without needing proof that I would return. The stories demanded it. The echoes of the past demanded it. And somewhere across time, the missing watched and waited for the next chapter to unfold. The wind rattled the windows one last time as I stepped outside, carrying the weight of decades in my hands. The lake gleamed, smooth and silent, a mirror that reflected more than the sky. And I understood as I watched the surface ripple faintly that the clippings were only the beginning. They were a door, a warning and an invitation, and I had opened it. The cabin waited patient, the lake waited patient, and I so painfully, irrevocably, was now part of the story. I entered the cabin and the air hit me like a wet cloth, stale, heavy, full of dust that clung to the throat. The floorboards groaned under my weight, a low moan that seemed almost alive. My boots left impressions in the thick layer of dust. And for a moment, I thought I saw something else move beneath them. A shadow or a footprint. I froze. It was gone, just vanished. I blinked, sure my mind had tricked me, but the air carried a subtle pressure like a presence leaning in, curious, patient. My heartbeat thumped too loud, echoing off the walls. I took another step, slower this time. The floor was uneven, splintered in places, but each footfall seemed to stir more than dust, stirred awareness. I crouched, brushing a finger along the floor. There, faint but distinct, a footprint pressed into the dust. Not mine. The shape was too small, delicate, almost like a child. And yet it was fresh, impossibly so. My breath caught. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard a door creak or a whisper. And yet the mark was there, staring at me like a silent accusation. I followed it cautiously, tracing a path across the room. The footprints led toward the fireplace, then vanished abruptly, leaving the dust untouched beyond that point. I leaned closer, peering into the shadows, feeling for the movement, the presence, anything that could explain what I had just seen. Nothing. Just the faint scent of old smoke and decaying paper. But the unease had settled in my chest, heavy and stubborn. I moved toward the desk, brushing aside a layer of dust and old clippings from the previous day. The newspapers I had found yesterday seemed different somehow, their edges curling tighter, as if recoiling from the room's tension. I noticed small prints on the surface of the desk, like someone had been packing, hesitant, careful. And then I realized they weren't static. They shifted when I looked away, or perhaps I just thought they did. Either way, the feeling of being watched intensified. I turned toward the window. The light outside was dim, filtered through a layer of fog curling over the lake. It made the room seem smaller, the corners darker. Something about that fog, thick and unyielding, reflected the mood inside me, trapped, isolated. I swallowed hard, the footprints, the air, the room itself. I couldn't shake the idea that I was intruding on something patient and intelligent. A sudden creak behind me made my spine stiffen. I spun toward the door, but it was still shut. No wind had blown it, no hand had turned the knob. I caught a glimpse of movement in the reflection of the cracked mirror above the fireplace. A fleeting shift, almost human, but gone the moment I blinked. My pulse rattled against my ribs. The prints in the dust seemed to mock me now, teasing, daring me to follow. I stepped toward the fireplace, hesitant, tracing the outline of the hearth with my fingertips. The dust here was thicker, undisturbed for years, yet every few inches another footprint appeared. Small, precise, deliberate. The pattern was chaotic but intentional, as if someone had been circling, waiting, watching. And yet I saw no one. I heard no one. The cabin was silent, and that silence was worse than any noise. I moved carefully toward the back of the room. There, near the corner where the shadows pooled, a set of prints appeared all at once. They were fresher than before, deeper, heavier. My stomach knotted. I considered running, but my curiosity, irrational, stubborn, held me in place. The footprints led to the same spot the previous set had vanished, the corner dark and empty. I leaned closer, squinting, trying to see anything. A shape, a movement, a clue, but the shadows only deepened. I backed away slowly, my eyes darting across the room. Then I noticed something subtle, dust swirling slightly as though stirred by breath or unseen movement. I froze, holding my own. The air felt thick, almost viscous. The room seemed to contract around me, corners creeping closer, shadows reaching. And then I heard it, faint and almost imperceptible, the soft, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing behind me. I spun, nothing, just the cabin, still and patient. My ears strained for the sound again. Footsteps, not mine. I counted them, slow, deliberate. 1, 2, 3, they didn't match the rhythm of my breathing, didn't match the pace of my movement. They circled, dipped, shifted. I realized the prints in the dust weren't following logic. They were testing me, leading me, daring me to notice. I gripped the edge of the desk. My fingers trembled. The prints were everywhere now, appearing and disappearing, never static. I took a step forward, one appeared behind me. I stepped back, it vanished. I wanted to leave, to step out into the fog outside, but something held me. Curiosity, fear, or perhaps the cabin itself. I couldn't say. I noticed the mirror again. The reflection showed only me, pale and wide-eyed, yet in the corner of the glass there was movement. A figure, or the suggestion of one, standing just beyond the edge of perception. I blinked. Gone, my heart hammered. The footprints shifted again. I could swear they weren't just dust. They were presence, intent, something alive in the absence. I moved to the corner where the prints had been most persistent. The air was colder here, heavier. The dust thickened under my boots. I knelt, brushing it aside, tracing one print with my fingertip. It was impossibly clear, the impression of toes, a heel, even nails. I could feel the history in it, the weight of whoever had made it, the hesitation, the pause, the purpose. And then it disappeared under my hand. I jerked back, heart racing. I stood and backed into the center of the room. The cabin felt different now, alive in a way that was wrong. Shadows shifted, dust whispered under invisible feet. I turned slowly, eyes scanning every corner. The prints were all around me now, appearing on furniture, along walls, even across the ceiling beams. Each one vanished if I stared directly at it, but when I looked away, they returned. They were watching me as much as I was watching them. I approached the desk again. Something caught my eye, an indentation in the dust, circular like a handprint. I traced it, feeling the curve of fingers, the press of a palm. I understood in that moment that the cabin had left marks for me, messages in absence, signals from those who had passed through, who had vanished, or who had remained. And I was reading them, absorbing them, participating in their silence. The wind outside rattled the windows, carrying a faint, almost melodic whisper. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was clear. Warning, invitation, acknowledgement. I glanced at the floor. Another footprint had appeared, leading toward the back door. My instinct screamed to follow, but another part of me, rational and terrified, resisted. I could feel it, the presence behind the prints, the intention in them. It was drawing me into something I couldn't yet see. I followed the footprints tentatively, step by step. Each one appeared only after I had moved past the last. I realized with a chill that the cabin itself seemed to breathe with me, a rhythm intertwined with mine. Dust swirled, air thickened, shadows leaned closer. And then, as I reached the back door, the prints stopped. The air became still, too still, as if the room were holding its breath. I leaned against the door, heart hammering, trying to calm myself. My eyes wandered over the cabin one last time. Every corner, every shadow, every piece of dust seemed alive. I realized that the footprints, the shifting dust, the shadows, they weren't meant to be explained. They were meant to be felt, experienced, survived, and I had, but only just. I opened the door. The fog outside rolled in thick, curling around my boots. I took a step forward, then paused, glancing back. The cabin loomed behind me, silent, patient, knowing. The footprints inside had vanished entirely. I could see no trace, but I felt them still beneath my skin, in the corners of my mind. A subtle, insistent reminder that I had been watched, and that the watching would continue. The lake gleamed faintly through the fog, smooth and reflective. I could almost imagine a figure in its depths or the suggestion of one just beyond perception. The prince had led me here, but not fully. They had opened a door, hinted at something waiting, patient, unseen. I understood now that I was part of a cycle, one that didn't end with leaving. I could walk away, but the cabin, the footprints, the presence, they would follow quietly, persistently, until I returned. I swallowed hard and moved down the path. The fog pressed against me, thick and unyielding. My mind reeled with the images of the cabin, the shifting footprints, the shadows, the mirror, the handprint. The realization settled in me with weight. I had entered something alive, something aware, and it had noticed me. The back door closed behind me with a soft, final click. The footprints inside had disappeared, but their echoes remained. In the dust, in the air, in the shadows, they lingered, patient, watchful, and I knew with a certainty that chilled my bones that the cabin would not forget. Neither would the lake, and neither would the presence that had guided the prince. I walked into the fog, leaving the cabin behind, or so I thought. Every step carried the memory of the dust, the shapes, the watching eyes, and in that memory I understood. I had been seen, catalogued, noted, and one day, inevitably, I would be called back. The floorboard near the far wall sagged under my weight, subtle, almost imperceptible. I noticed it the moment my boot caught on the uneven wood. I knelt, running my fingers along the crease, pressing lightly. It gave way, not fully, but enough to reveal a faint outline. A seam in the wall, perfectly hidden, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. My pulse picked up. Why had I missed this before? What had the cabin been hiding, waiting for me to notice? I traced the seam with a fingernail, then a thumbnail, feeling the cool, dry surface. There was a latch, cleverly disguised, worn smooth from years of unseen use. My hand hovered above it. Hesitation, that familiar ache, tightened my chest, and then curiosity, sharp and insistent, overpowered fear. I pressed, and the latch gave with a quiet click. The wall shifted just slightly, revealing a dark cavity behind it. A narrow staircase descended, carved into the earth beneath the cabin. The air that escaped was cold and heavy, carrying a scent that made my stomach churn. Mildew, rust, and something faintly metallic, iron or blood. I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the opening. Each step I took down the stairs echoed softly, swallowed quickly by darkness, as though the room itself absorbed sound. The light from my flashlight barely reached the bottom, casting long, uneven shadows across the walls. My breath puffed in small clouds, faintly visible, trembling in the cold air. And then I saw it, the first artifact. A small, dusty box, its corners chipped, etched with initials I didn't recognize. I knelt, brushing off the grime. Inside were photographs, yellowed with age, faces frozen in time, their eyes wide and terrified. The realization hit me. These were victims. Their fear had been captured, preserved, and left behind, as if someone had wanted to be remembered. I dropped the box gently, heart hammering. The room felt alive, watching me. Shadows shifted in the corners, though no wind stirred. The staircase above seemed to sigh, settling as though impatient. I moved deeper into the room, and the artifacts multiplied. Knives with dried stains, notes with jagged, uneven handwriting, trinkets I couldn't identify. Each item told a story, one I didn't want to read, yet couldn't look away from. The walls were lined with shelves, and on them, jars filled with dark liquid, each containing a fragment of something unrecognizable. I could feel the pull in my chest, a magnetic insistence urging me closer. I stepped forward despite every instinct screaming to leave. Each artifact seemed to whisper my name, soft, almost imperceptible, yet certain. Then I noticed the floor, footprints fresh in the dust despite the apparent age of the room. Small, deliberate, leading toward a corner that seemed unnervingly empty. I followed them, careful, slowing my breathing. There, tucked behind a shelf, was another box, larger than the first. My hands shook as I lifted the lid. Inside were more photographs, more objects. But this time, a single item caught my attention. A small doll, worn, with one eye missing. Its expression twisted in a grim, frozen smile. It was positioned deliberately, as if it had been waiting for me to see it. A chill ran through me. The doll's gaze felt alive. I could almost hear it laughing softly somewhere at the edge of perception. I forced myself to look away to focus on the rest of the room. More jars, more notes, some scrawled hastily, others neat and precise. Each seemed to belong to a different hand, a different mind, all converging here. The weight of it pressed down on me, and I realized the room wasn't just hiding objects. It was hiding intent, purpose. It had a mind of its own, directing me, pulling me into its history. I moved toward the far wall where the faintest trace of a door appeared, its outline almost invisible in the gloom. I pressed my hand against it. It was solid, cold, unyielding, but I could feel something beyond it, something that tugged at the edges of my mind. My stomach twisted. The room wanted me to open it. I resisted, but the curiosity gnawed at me, relentless. Every artifact I had seen so far seemed to pulse in anticipation, waiting for me to cross the threshold. I stepped back, trying to steady my breathing. Shadows flickered across the walls. My flashlight beam danced, revealing more jars, more notes, more objects I couldn't yet identify. Some were mundane, some grotesque, but all carried the same energy. They were traces of someone or something that had been here, observing, recording, orchestrating. The thought made my skin crawl. I had entered a place alive with memory and malice, and I was the newest observer. I turned back to the staircase, considering retreat, but the pull drew me onward. I glanced again at the shelves. A small leather-bound book caught my eye, its cover cracked, edges frayed. I opened it. Inside were lists, names, dates, locations. Some matched the clippings I had found before, others didn't. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. The handwriting was precise, cold, detached. But beneath the neat letters I could feel a rhythm, a pattern, a compulsion. Someone had chronicled everything. And maybe they hadn't left. The feeling of being watched intensified, not just from the room, but from within myself. The artifacts seemed to respond to my thoughts, to my hesitation, my fear. My reflection caught in a tarnished mirror at the far end of the room. I looked pale, almost spectral, but in the corner of the glass I thought I saw movement, a shadow behind me, or perhaps my own imagination twisting. I blinked. Gone, but the unease remained. I stepped deeper into the hidden chamber. A low shelf held a row of jars, each containing a fragment of cloth, a piece of jewelry, something personal, intimate. The air here was heavier, almost viscous, smelling of iron and decay. I realized I could feel the weight of lives, memories, and violence pressing against me. I could almost hear whispers, faint, unintelligible, tugging at the edges of my thoughts. I had crossed into something intimate and forbidden. I paused, realizing the room had a rhythm, a pulse. I moved with it, careful, deliberate. Another jar caught my eye, this one larger, with a handwritten note attached. I read it aloud softly, my voice trembling. Remember them, know them, join them. The words hung in the air, vibrating with intent. My stomach churned. The room wasn't merely storing objects. It was drawing me in, shaping me, beckoning. A sudden shift of air made me spin. The staircase above groaned, the cabin settling as though aware of my presence in the hidden room. I could feel the artifacts pull intensify, the object's silent insistence. And then I saw it, at the far corner, almost imperceptible, a small door in the wall, slightly ajar. Light, faint but unmistakable, seeped through the crack. My pulse leapt. Something waited beyond. Something had been waiting for me all along. I approached slowly. Each step seemed heavier than the last. Dust swirled around my boots, responding to my movement as if alive. I reached the door, placing a trembling hand on the frame. The pull was undeniable. I could feel a presence just beyond, patient, watching, anticipating. A part of me wanted to flee, to retreat up the staircase, to leave the hidden room behind forever. But another part, a darker, more insistent part, urged me forward. I pushed the door open. The light spilled into the room, revealing objects I could barely comprehend. The air was warmer here, almost welcoming, yet tinged with menace. On a small table lay a collection of artifacts, bones, trinkets, notes, all arranged with meticulous care. And in the center, a small journal, its cover blackened with age and handling. I reached for it, feeling the pull of the room converge on this single point. My fingers brushed the leather and the whispers surged. The artifact seemed to lean toward me, expectant. I opened the journal. Inside, more names, more dates, more fragments of lives. But the final entry made my stomach drop. A description of someone like me arriving at the cabin, drawn to the hidden room, compelled to observe. The handwriting was recent, precise, horrifyingly accurate. I closed the book slowly, heart hammering, realizing the room had anticipated me, knew me, waited for me. I stumbled back, nearly losing my balance. The hidden room pulsed around me, alive with memory and malice. The artifacts, the jars, the photographs, they were not merely objects. They were extensions of a consciousness, patient, ancient, calculating. And now I was part of its orbit. I backed toward the staircase. Every artifact seemed to lean, almost subtly, guiding my movement, pulling me, ensuring I did not leave too quickly. I understood then. The cabin, the hidden room, the artifacts. They were more than records of past crimes. They were invitations, warnings, and traps. To enter was to acknowledge them, to witness, to be bound to their rhythm. I stepped onto the first stair, feeling the pull lessen slightly. The hidden room receded behind me, but its presence lingered, a weight pressing at the edges of my mind. I glanced back. The seam in the wall was barely visible again, hidden, patient, waiting for the next observer. And I knew with a sinking certainty that I would never truly leave. The cabin above seemed still, but I could feel the pulse of the hidden room beneath, insistent and alive. I swallowed hard, gripping the railing, realizing that the artifacts, the journals, the preserved fragments, they would haunt my thoughts, shape my dreams, and follow me. I had seen too much to forget, too much to escape. As I reached the top of the staircase, the cabin's floorboards groaned under my weight. The hidden room was behind me, quiet, patient. And somewhere in the rhythm of its silence, I could feel it waiting for me to return, for me to observe again, for me to succumb to the pull that I could neither resist nor fully understand. I stepped into the main cabin, and the hidden room became just a memory, a whisper, a weight at the back of my mind. But I could not shake the certainty that the pull would never leave. The artifacts, the preserved fragments, the meticulous records, they had claimed me in part, whether I chose to acknowledge it or not. And I knew that one day, inevitably, I would be drawn back. I saw it first from the corner of my eye, a shape that didn't belong. The cabin's window framed the darkness outside, and for a brief instant something moved there. A figure, slender, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I blinked and it was gone. My chest tightened, my pulse spiking as I leaned closer, pressing my face to the cold glass. The reflection of the room behind me stared back, pale and distorted, but the shadow remained absent. Had I imagined it? Or had it simply waited for me to look away? The wind outside carried a low moan through the trees, brushing against the cabin with a rhythm almost human. I could feel it in my bones. Something about the way the branches scraped across the walls like fingernails across skin made me shiver. I took a step back, then froze. The sense of being observed had returned, sharper, more insistent than before. It wasn't just a presence outside. It was aware of me, calculated, patient. I moved to the center of the room, flashlight sweeping across the floor. Dust motes floated in the beam, catching and flickering like tiny stars trapped in a jar. And then I noticed it, the footprints. They appeared along the worn floorboards, small, deliberate, and vanishing just as quickly as they came. I followed them cautiously, heart hammering. They led to the door, then stopped. There was no indication that anyone had passed beyond, but the cabin had always whispered of secrets. Maybe some doors didn't need hinges to open. The window drew me again. I peered outside, scanning the darkness, the forest looming silently. And then faintly the figure returned, standing still now, half shrouded in shadow, watching. Its features were indistinct, blurred by distance and dim light, but the posture was unmistakable, intentional, unblinking. A wave of dread rolled over me. I felt frozen, trapped by the gaze of something that existed on the threshold between being seen and unseen. I stepped back, fumbling for my notebook, the one I had carried to record everything. My hands shook as I wrote a single line. It watches, always watching. The words felt inadequate, pale attempts to capture a reality far beyond explanation. Every nerve in my body screamed to run, to escape the silent witness outside. But I couldn't. Something anchored me here, held me in place, compelling me to observe as it observed me. The wind shifted again, and with it came a faint sound, almost imperceptible. Footsteps, or merely the forest settling in the dark. I strained to listen. The cabin groaned, its floorboards contracting and stretching, filling the silence with a slow, deliberate cadence. The figure didn't move. It simply waited, and with each heartbeat I could feel a connection forming, fragile but undeniable, a tether between the witness and myself. I forced myself to step toward the window again, my flashlight illuminating the corner of the room opposite it. Shadows danced, reacting to the beam, but the figure outside did not. Its presence was static, almost clinical in its patience. The unease inside me grew, not from motion or sound, but from absence. The absence of human behavior, the absence of explanation. It was alive, certainly, but in a way that mocked my understanding. I crouched, breathing shallow, and traced the pattern of footprints one more time. Each step had been deliberate, designed to unsettle, to direct attention. I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin, the artifacts, the hidden room, they were all threads leading here. And here was the culmination, the silent witness waiting just beyond the glass, unseen when confronted directly, present only in fleeting glimpses. My flashlight flickered, and for a brief second the figure seemed closer, though I hadn't moved. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Nothing. But the unease remained, deeper now, pressing against my consciousness. I wanted to retreat, but every instinct to flee was tangled with curiosity, with a compulsion to know what it wanted, what it represented. The forest outside, the cabin behind me, the artifacts I had unearthed, they were pieces of the same puzzle, and the figure was the final piece, impossible to decipher, yet impossible to ignore. I stepped back, keeping my gaze fixed on the glass, and tried to rationalize. Shadows play tricks, trees sway, light bends, yet the certainty in my chest refused to dissolve. There was intelligence here, focus, observation. It was not an accident that I had found the cabin, the hidden room, the artifacts. Each discovery had led me to this moment. And now the silent witness waited, patient, unblinking, and entirely beyond my control. I lowered my flashlight, letting the dim moonlight filter through the window. The figure remained, as if aware of my surrender, of my acknowledgement. Its outline wavered, intangible yet unmistakable. And then, almost imperceptibly, it shifted, a subtle step forward, or perhaps just the play of shadow across uneven ground. My stomach churned. I felt exposed, vulnerable, aware of something ancient and observing that had always been there, even before I arrived. A sudden creak behind me made me whirl around. The cabin was silent. Dust floated in the air. Nothing moved. My pulse raced, and yet I knew the figure outside had not been startled, had not changed. It simply waited. I realized with a chill that gripped my chest that it wasn't following me physically. It was following me mentally, spiritually, tracking me through attention, perception, awareness. I felt its presence inside me, a faint but undeniable pressure, as though it had entered the room without passing the door. I leaned back against the wall, trying to calm the rising panic. My flashlight hovered over the floorboards, over the traces of footprints, the lingering dust. I could feel the weight of the artifacts, the hidden room, the cabin itself pressing in. And yet all of it paled against the intensity of the witness outside. It had remained hidden until now, yet it had been patient, waiting for me to see it, to understand, to recognize. I hadn't fled. I hadn't hidden. And perhaps that was what it had wanted all along. Minutes passed, or hours. Time felt distorted in the cabin. I wanted to speak, to call out, but my voice stuck, caught in my throat. I realized the silence itself was a part of the witness, a deliberate absence that demanded acknowledgement. I was trapped in observation, compelled to watch and be watched. The wind shifted again, carrying with it a faint metallic scent, reminiscent of the hidden room, the jars, the artifacts I had uncovered. My stomach twisted. The figure had not moved physically, yet the atmosphere around me had changed. Awareness had weight. Patience had power. And the silent witness existed in both, intangible but undeniable. I forced myself to take a step backward, feeling the floorboards creak. My own shadow stretched long, trembling in the dim moonlight. The figure outside remained still, yet I sensed motion, subtle, impossible to verify, like the pulse of something alive just beyond perception. I realized then that I was part of its pattern, just another element in a rhythm I couldn't comprehend. I crouched, pressing my hands against my knees, trying to breathe. And then I noticed something subtle, tiny movements in the leaves, shadows shifting at the edge of my vision, as if reality itself responded to the witness. It was not bound to a physical form entirely. It existed in influence and effect, in the manipulation of perception. I felt dizzy, unsteady, aware that leaving the cabin would not free me from its gaze. Finally, I stood, resolving to retreat from the window, to step away, to leave the cabin. My hand touched the doorframe. The pull toward the witness had eased slightly, but only marginally. I knew it waited, patient, for the next glance, the next misstep. I realized I would never see it directly without it vanishing, and perhaps that was its intention, to remain unknowable, to haunt from the periphery, to ensure its presence lingered long after I left. I opened the cabin door slowly, stepping outside. The night was still, heavy, alive with shadows. The figure had not vanished entirely. It lingered at the edge of the clearing, a dark silhouette against the faint glow of the moon. I blinked. It didn't move, yet I felt its awareness like a weight pressing into my chest. I wanted to speak, to demand its presence, but I couldn't. Words had no power here. As I turned away, the wind carried a whisper, almost audible, brushing against my ear. "See me, remember me." I froze, heart racing, and glanced back. The figure was gone. The clearing was empty, but the sense of being watched remained, intense and personal. I felt it follow me, invisible, patient, silent. I walked back to the cabin, glancing over my shoulder repeatedly, though I knew it wouldn't return to the same place. The night stretched, dark and unyielding. I understood then that the silent witness did not need to move to influence me. Its power was in presence, in observation, in the uncertainty it inspired. I would never fully know it, never confront it directly, but I would feel it always. Inside, the cabin felt smaller, the shadows deeper. I sank onto the floorboards, flashlight resting across my knees. The air was heavy, the silence filled with the memory of the witness. I wrote in my notebook one final line: "It is everywhere and nowhere, and I cannot unsee it." I closed the book, feeling the pull of the unknown pressing at my mind. The silent witness had made its mark. And though I survived the night, I knew the dread it carried would linger, shaping every glance, every shadow, every corner of my perception. Outside, the forest breathed softly, the trees swaying in the wind, casting moving shadows that might have been the figure, might have been imagination. I could not distinguish the two. I realized with a shiver that it did not matter. I had seen, and that alone was enough. The witness existed, patient, in the periphery of everything I would ever perceive. And somewhere in the silence between the rustling leaves, it waited, unblinking, eternal. I woke to a sound that didn't belong. Not a creak or a groan of the cabin settling, but something quieter, more intimate. A whisper, faint, curling through the walls. My eyes snapped open, straining against the darkness. The clock glowed 12:03 a.m., each second dragging like a warning. The cabin was silent, yet I could feel it pressing in. Every shadow seemed to lean closer, listening, waiting. I told myself it was the wind, the old wood contracting, my mind playing tricks, but the sound returned. A faint murmur threading through the cracks in the wall. It wasn't words exactly, or maybe it was words I couldn't catch, slipping between sense and memory. I sat up, heart hammering, listening. Why now? The cabin had been empty, quiet, abandoned by the world. And yet here, in the black of night, I felt a presence threading through the air like smoke. The whisper came again, just a hint of movement, almost under my skin. I reached for my flashlight, shaking. The beam cut a narrow line through the room, revealing the familiar clutter. A table with scattered papers, a chair tipped slightly, dust motes floating in the beam. Nothing moved. Nothing should be moving. And yet I knew it was there. I could feel it watching, testing me. I rose carefully, stepping toward the wall where the whisper had seemed strongest. My bare feet pressed against the cold wood floor, grounding me, or at least I tried to convince myself of that. I pressed an ear against the rough planks. Silence. A draft brushed past my neck, carrying the scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic. My pulse surged. The whisper had vanished, or had it simply retreated, hiding just out of reach? I took a hesitant step back, gripping the edge of the table. Shadows seemed to twist in the corners, bending toward me as if aware of my movement. And then I noticed it, faint scratch marks along the wall, almost invisible in the dim moonlight. I hadn't seen them before. I leaned closer, tracing the irregular lines with my fingers. They were shallow, deliberate, not random. Someone or something had marked this wall. My stomach churned. A soft creak echoed from the far side of the cabin. My flashlight swung, catching the outline of the door. Nothing. The whispers returned, this time closer, threading between my thoughts like a voice from my own mind. I stumbled backward, gripping the table, my breathing ragged. It didn't make sense. I was alone. I had to be alone. And yet every instinct screamed that the room was no longer just mine. I backed toward the corner, eyes scanning, flashlight trembling. The whispering ebbed and flowed, faintly distinct, almost melodic. I could have sworn I caught a syllable, or maybe I imagined it. My mind, weary from isolation, twisted reality against itself. I told myself to calm down, to breathe. And yet the whisper persisted, curling closer, shaping itself in the air around me. It was both everywhere and nowhere. The moonlight shifted, sliding across the floorboards. In its glow, I saw faint shadows pooling around objects, shapes bending unnaturally. The whispers grew, carrying an edge now, almost impatient. My pulse raced. I wanted to run, to throw open the door and escape into the night, but my body felt pinned by curiosity, by the need to understand what was happening. I knelt beside the table, picking up a paper. My flashlight shook over it. For a moment, I imagined letters forming on their own, rearranging into phrases I couldn't comprehend. The whispers tugged at me again, urging, teasing. I couldn't hear words, not yet, but meaning hovered just out of reach. Something wanted me to notice. Something had been waiting. The air grew colder. My breath puffed out in white clouds, though no draft should have reached so far. I felt the whispers brush against my skin, teasing, circling, patient. I wanted to speak, to demand explanation, but my voice failed me. The walls seemed alive, vibrating faintly under the pulse of something unseen. The cabin, silent and ordinary by day, now hummed with intent. I was a guest in someone else's presence, and I had no map to navigate it. I moved toward the fireplace, hoping the solidity of stone would ground me. The whispers shifted as I approached, circling the room, elusive like water slipping through fingers. I felt a tug in my chest, a pull I couldn't resist. Something in the whisper resonated with memory, fleeting images, faces I could not name, sounds I could not place. And then a laugh, soft, almost imperceptible, curling from somewhere deep in the wall. I jerked my head toward the sound. Nothing. The cabin swallowed it instantly, leaving only echoing silence. I sank to the floor, flashlight trembling across the room. I pressed my palms to my eyes, trying to block the darkness, trying to convince myself I was imagining it all. But the whispers persisted, threading in and out of perception, tugging at the corners of my mind. A faint pressure behind my eyes, urging me to see something I could not yet understand. I opened my eyes, and in the moonlight the walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting subtly. I blinked. It stopped, or so I thought. I crawled toward the door, each movement deliberate, careful not to disturb whatever was orchestrating this. The whispers followed, curling around my feet, brushing my ears, moving like wind through the cracks. My pulse thudded, a rhythm I could hardly contain. I wanted to flee, to slam the door behind me, but the curiosity, sharp and insistent, held me fast. "What are you?" I whispered aloud, my voice shaking. The cabin answered only with silence. And yet I felt it. Response without words, intention without form. The moonlight shifted again, illuminating a small shelf I had never noticed. On it a collection of objects, a rusted key, a small notebook, a candle long since burned to stub. I rose unsteadily, approaching, flashlight steadying as I focused on them. The whispers softened, retreating, almost guiding. The objects seemed ordinary, yet charged. I picked up the notebook, fingers trembling. Its cover was smooth, cold. I opened it. The pages were blank, or were they? Faint impressions, like words pressed deeply then erased, shimmered faintly under the light. A new whisper brushed past, closer now, urgent. My hands shook as I traced the impressions. Letters seemed to press into my mind before my eyes could read them. I stumbled backward, dropping the notebook. The whispers receded, leaving a hollow silence that throbbed with expectation. Something had been revealed, though not fully. A partial gift, teasing understanding. I felt dizzy, aware that I had stepped closer to something ancient, something patient. I sat against the wall, flashlight resting across my knees. The whispers paused. The cabin seemed to inhale, waiting for me to move. I realized with a chill that they had not been random, not hallucination. They had a purpose, a rhythm, a consciousness, and they were not finished. Every creak of wood, every sigh of wind, every flicker of shadow was a pulse of attention, a part of their subtle communication. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block it, but it persisted, whisper threading under skin, under hair, under thought. My notebook lay open at my feet, the impressions fading in the dim moonlight. The whispers circled, patient, unrelenting. I understood then that my perception had been baited, guided, drawn to notice what I might otherwise ignore. They were showing me, teaching me, though what I was meant to learn remained just beyond comprehension. Minutes stretched, or hours, I could not tell. Every shadow, every breath of air, every heartbeat became a marker of their presence. I realized I had crossed a threshold. I could no longer pretend to be alone. And yet the whisper did not reveal itself fully, did not name itself, did not step from the threshold into comprehension. It existed in the in-between, shaping my awareness, molding my fear and curiosity together. Finally, I rose, shaking, flashlight sweeping. The whispers paused, hovering at the edge of hearing. I could sense them, still patient, still present, still observing. I backed toward the bed, my only refuge in this small, whispering world. The cabin had become a living map of attention, and I was a traveler whose every step had been noted, measured, guided. I lay down, pulling the blankets tight. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, the whispers threading faintly beneath, like the echo of a memory I could almost recall. I closed my eyes, imagining silence, imagining absence, imagining escape. But the whispers lingered, soft and knowing. I understood finally that I had not been disturbed by chance. I had been summoned, or perhaps discovered. And the cabin and whatever lived within its walls would not relinquish me easily. I drifted, reluctant, toward sleep, aware that even in rest I would carry their presence. The whispers would return, always patient, soft, curling through the walls, through thought, through me. And somewhere just beyond the edge of understanding, I sensed the start of a larger pattern, a truth I was not yet ready to see. But I knew it was there, waiting, watching, whispering. I woke to a sense of wrongness before my eyes even opened. The cabin was too still, yet the air felt thick, almost pulsing. My gaze fell on the far wall and I froze. Strange marks had appeared overnight. Curved scratches, almost deliberate, etched into the wood. Following lines I could not decipher. My fingers itched to touch them, to trace them, but a cold hesitation rooted me to the bed. Something about the marks felt alive. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I was imagining it, but the scratches remained. They weren't random. There was a pattern. Circles within triangles, lines intersecting like a map I couldn't read. I felt as if the walls were speaking to me, or perhaps warning me. My heart pounded. I reached for my flashlight, the beam trembling in my grip, slicing through the shadows. Dust motes swirled lazily in the light, but the marks stood out as if newly carved, sharp against the dull wood. I stepped closer. The cabin smelled different, too, like burnt herbs, faint and acrid, lingering at the corners of the room. I traced one of the lines with a trembling fingertip. The wood was rough under my skin, splintered almost intentionally. And then a faint warmth ran through my finger as if the mark itself exhaled heat. I jerked my hand back. Impossible, I whispered, telling myself my mind was fraying under the isolation. The more I looked, the more I noticed. The table bore similar etchings, a chair, the floorboards, even the mantel, all marked with the same indecipherable patterns. They weren't signs of decay or age. Someone or something had left them deliberately. A ritual, maybe. My pulse quickened. Who had been here before me, and what had they wanted? I moved slowly, flashlight scanning. The cabin seemed to shift under my gaze. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, creeping along the marks, brushing over the patterns as if acknowledging them. I swallowed hard. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that some unseen presence had orchestrated this, waiting for me to notice. The whisper from the night before rose in my memory, faint but persistent. Had it returned while I slept, or had it never left? I knelt beside the table, the patterns here more intricate, almost glyph-like. I traced one circle, feeling the heat again, stronger this time. The whispers returned, faint, almost melodic, circling my ears. I couldn't make out words, but I felt intention. I understood it was a call, not just observation. Something wanted me to understand, or perhaps to participate. A shiver ran through me. I stepped back and ran my hands over my face. The cabin, ordinary by day, had transformed into a chamber of attention, every surface humming with history. I thought of previous occupants, of who might have carved these symbols, of what they had hoped to achieve. And then the room shifted subtly, the shadows moving slightly, arranging themselves around the patterns in ways my mind tried to reject as impossible. I forced myself to focus. The patterns were old, not overnight work, but the edges glimmered faintly in the flashlight, almost wet, as if freshly disturbed. My pulse raced. Were the marks alive? Did they shift when I wasn't looking? I couldn't shake the sense that I was intruding, that the cabin had rules I had yet to learn. And somewhere deep in my chest, a dark curiosity began to bloom. I moved to the far wall, running my fingers along the etched lines. The shapes were repeating, almost musical in their construction. Circles nested within each other, triangles punctuating spaces like punctuation marks. I realized with a shiver that they formed a path, an invitation perhaps, or a warning. I stepped back, trying to decipher it with my mind, but the more I tried, the more the patterns resisted understanding, mocking my effort. A soft creak echoed behind me, my flashlight swung, catching nothing. I took a breath, telling myself the cabin was settling, that the old wood simply shifted in the night. And yet a prickle ran down my spine. Something had moved, something unseen. The whispers surged faintly, circling, teasing, curling along my neck. My hands shook. The patterns weren't just decoration. They were alive with intent, like a script written for someone else's eyes. I sat on the floor, flashlight beam dancing over the wall. Every mark pulsed faintly in the dim light, the lines seeming to quiver when I stared too long. I felt drawn into them, compelled to follow their logic. My pulse raced as I traced one line from the table to the wall, then to the floor. The path twisted unnaturally, almost labyrinthine, and I realized I had been drawn into a ritual I did not understand. The cabin held its breath. The shadows aligned with the patterns, accentuating curves, corners, intersections. I felt the past occupants there, their presence pressing against mine, silent and insistent. I wanted to leave, but a magnetic pull rooted me to the center of the room. I could not turn away. I had seen the patterns, and they had noticed me. The air thickened, faintly metallic now, brushing against my skin. The whispers had stopped, but their absence was heavier than their presence. I imagined figures moving just out of sight, hands brushing the walls, eyes tracing the same patterns I traced. I felt a low hum in my chest, vibrating with the cabin itself. The ritual was incomplete. The previous occupants had left pieces behind, and now I was here. I reached for the floorboards near the hearth. The pattern etched there twisted into something familiar, almost like a symbol I had seen in a book, in a dream. A fleeting memory, impossible to grasp fully, brushed the edge of my mind. My hand hovered over the line, hesitant. The whispers returned, faint and pressing, circling my ears, urging me to continue, to touch, to participate. A knot of fear and curiosity tightened in my stomach. I followed the trail to the corner of the room. The pattern twisted, spiraling into a small knot of lines that seemed to throb under my gaze. I leaned closer. The wood was warmer here, pulsing softly as if in response to my proximity. I could almost hear a heartbeat, slow and deliberate, echoing faintly beneath the floorboards. My breathing caught in my throat. I stumbled back, gripping the wall for balance. The shadows shifted again, aligning with the spirals, highlighting intersections I hadn't noticed before. I realized with a chill that the patterns formed a map, a guide, or perhaps a trap. The whispers, now urgent, swirled around me. I felt my mind bending, drawn towards something I could not yet name. The cabin had become alive, aware of me, of every movement, every breath. I sank to the floor, flashlight trembling across the wall. My eyes followed the spirals, the intersecting lines, the careful repetition. The patterns were a language older than I could comprehend, a script of intent and ritual. I felt that if I understood even a fraction, the cabin would allow me a glimpse beyond its ordinary shell. If I failed, I shivered, unwilling to complete the thought. Minutes passed, or hours. Time had no meaning here. Every line, every curve, every scratch pressed against my senses. And then I saw it. A small, nearly invisible circle etched into the floorboards at the center of the largest spiral. My hand hovered over it, shaking. The whispers returned in full now, faint syllables brushing my mind. I realized the circle was the focal point, the origin, the heart of the pattern. I pressed my palm to it. The cabin responded instantly. Shadows surged, patterns shifting slightly, aligning. A warmth spread through my hand, then my arm. The whispers sharpened, clearer now, teasing fragments of words I could almost understand. I pulled back, heart hammering, realizing that I had activated something the previous occupants had left behind, something that had waited for me. I backed toward the wall, flashlight shaking, eyes tracing the spirals now alive with subtle movement. The air vibrated faintly, charged with intent. I felt a tug in my chest, a magnetic pull toward the center, toward the circle I had just touched. My pulse surged, a mix of fear and irresistible curiosity. I wanted to run. I wanted to flee into the night. And yet something ancient, patient, silent held me fast. I sank back against the wall, breathing ragged. The patterns had not stopped moving, but their motion had slowed, almost waiting. I realized with a chill that the cabin had chosen to reveal itself, to draw me into its secret. I had glimpsed the ritual, the logic, the patterns. And the whispers, faint, insistent, promised that this was only the beginning. I lay there, flashlight across my chest, watching the lines pulse faintly under the moonlight. The cabin exhaled around me. Shadows shifted in recognition, acknowledging my presence. The patterns had spoken. I had listened. And I knew deep in my bones that the cabin would not release me from their rhythm. Not tonight. Not ever. The whispering paused, leaving only the soft, subtle hum of wood and shadow. And I understood I was not alone. I never had been. And the patterns were patient, waiting for me to follow further. I woke to the faint pulse of darkness, thicker than usual, pressing against my eyelids. The cabin felt alive, like it had been holding its breath, waiting for me to notice. My flashlight had died sometime in the night, leaving me with nothing but the wavering moonlight spilling through the cracked window. And then I saw it, a flicker, just at the edge of the room, like a candle struggling to stay alive. I froze. The flicker wasn't steady. It pulsed, a heartbeat in shadow, moving in and out of corners. My stomach tightened. I felt drawn toward it before I even thought to move. The whispers returned, faint and urgent, curling around my ears like smoke. They didn't form words, but I understood the intent: follow. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I rose. Every step felt amplified, echoing in the room, yet the sound seemed swallowed by the shadows themselves. The flicker jumped again, now closer, as if it were teasing me, luring me deeper into the cabin. My heart hammered, but curiosity and something darker kept me moving. I reached the corner where the light danced and the air changed. Cold and thick, brushing against my arms, carrying a metallic scent I couldn't place. I hesitated, feeling the pull stronger, magnetic almost, tugging me toward the source. It wasn't a lamp, not any ordinary light. It shimmered between reality and something else, a presence that I could almost touch but never fully grasp. The whispers grew sharper, layering over one another. I leaned closer, the shadows stretching along the walls as if reaching for me, pressing shapes into the wood, shapes I didn't recognize but knew I had seen before. Patterns repeating, deliberate. I swallowed hard. The cabin was speaking, the shadows guiding me toward something hidden. The flicker jumped again, settling near the far wall. I squinted, and for a brief moment I saw a figure, or maybe the suggestion of one, half-formed, shifting with the light. I blinked and it was gone. My pulse spiked. I told myself it was fatigue, my mind twisting shadows into forms. But then the whispers pressed against my mind, insistent, urgent, calling me forward. I reached the wall where the flicker had settled. My fingers brushed the surface and the wood felt wrong, warmer than it should have been. Smooth, almost pulsing, like the cabin itself was alive beneath my skin. I pressed my palm harder and a low hum vibrated through the floorboards. The whispers sharpened, teasing syllables I could almost understand. I leaned closer. The light flickered again, revealing a small panel I had never noticed before. My breath caught. The cabin had secrets I hadn't yet seen. The panel was subtle, blending seamlessly with the wood, yet here it was, waiting. My fingers trembled as I traced its edges. Something inside me urged caution. Another part demanded I open it. The whispers coiled around my thoughts, pulling me toward it. I realized the cabin wanted me to uncover whatever lay hidden. I pressed the panel and it gave way with a soft click. A hollow space opened behind it, just wide enough to peer inside. Darkness deeper than the room stared back at me, swallowing the faint moonlight. The whispers converged there, sharper, beckoning. I felt a pulse in my chest, in my mind, a rhythm syncing with something inside that hidden space. I hesitated, hand hovering at the threshold. The air inside smelled of old earth and something far fouler, like metal and decay, lingering in a place untouched for years. I wanted to step back, to shut the panel and pretend I hadn't seen anything. But the pull was irresistible. It pressed me forward, closer, until my eyes adjusted to the faint glow emanating from inside. The shadows moved strangely in the panel's opening, twisting along the edges, forming shapes that resembled the glyphs I had traced in the previous room. Circles nested in triangles, lines intersecting like maps. The patterns pulsed faintly, alive in their own rhythm, responding to my gaze. I realized then that the cabin itself had orchestrated this. The flicker, the whispers, the pull toward the hidden space. It was alive with intent. I stepped inside, cautious, the floor creaking beneath me. The flicker followed, moving unnaturally along the walls. The whispers swirled around my head, pressing at the edges of thought. I noticed the patterns here were older, more deliberate, carved with care, and as I moved they seemed to shift subtly, aligning themselves in ways that suggested purpose. A path, a guide, or a trap. My flashlight's beam, faint and flickering, revealed objects tucked into corners. Small jars filled with strange powders, dried herbs strung on strings, and what looked like animal bones arranged in careful shapes. My stomach turned. These weren't ordinary objects. They were tools, tools of ritual, tools that had been used for something dark. The whispers pressed closer, coaxing me to touch, to engage. I felt drawn toward them. I reached for one of the jars and the flicker leapt to it, illuminating the contents. A fine, dark powder shifted even though the air was still. I breathed sharply. My hand hovered over it and a strange warmth spread up my arm. The whispers seemed to merge into a single voice now, almost understandable, repeating a syllable over and over. I realized with a chill, the cabin didn't just want me to see, it wanted me to participate. I recoiled, stepping back, but the pull remained. Shadows clung to the walls, clinging to my movements. I felt the cabin watching me, gauging my reaction. The flicker now circled the room, faster, almost impatient, highlighting more objects I hadn't noticed before. A carved wooden figurine, its features grotesque and deliberate. A bundle of sticks tied in a spiral, strange symbols etched along each one. The whispers pressed, urgent, coaxing me to assemble, to complete. I shivered, realizing the patterns weren't merely decorative, they were instructions. The previous occupants had left them for a reason, unfinished work. And now I was here, the one who could complete or fail it. The thought was terrifying, but part of me ached to understand, to follow the patterns, to trace the lines as the cabin demanded. My curiosity warred with my fear. A soft creak behind me made me whirl. The cabin's door was closed, yet the shadows near it shifted differently, almost humanly. My pulse spiked. Something or someone was in the room with me, yet I could see nothing. The whispers grew louder, layering urgency over my nerves. I realized then that the cabin had trapped me in its ritual space, and the flicker was guiding me, but only I could decide how far to go. I took a deep breath, forcing my hands to stop shaking. I followed the flicker across the room. Each step revealed more. A mirror cracked along the edges, reflecting shadows that weren't mine. A small chest bound with iron, etched with symbols I instinctively recognized from the walls. The whispers seemed to emanate from the chest itself, coaxing, beckoning. I felt an almost irresistible need to open it. My fingers traced the iron clasp. The flicker settled directly on the chest, illuminating its surface in an unnatural glow. I hesitated. The air was thick, metallic, pressing against my lungs. I felt the cabin's intent, patient and persistent. The whispers crescendoed, and in that moment I understood. Opening this chest would change everything. I didn't know what I would find. I didn't know if I would survive it, but I could not resist. I lifted the clasp. The chest groaned, wood creaking like a living thing. Inside were objects that defied immediate understanding. More powders, tiny figurines, fragments of bone, and papers covered in the same glyphs as the walls. I drew a shaky breath. The flicker danced across them, highlighting their edges, making the shadows twist and bend unnaturally. The cabin hummed faintly, as if acknowledging my discovery. I picked up one of the papers. The symbols seemed to writhe under my eyes, lines bending subtly, forming patterns I couldn't entirely comprehend. I realized then that the flicker, the whispers, the shadows, they were not just guiding me. They were shaping my perception, bending my understanding to something beyond reason. The cabin wanted me to learn, or perhaps it wanted me to join. I dropped the paper, startled by my own thought. The whispers surged, now almost pleading, urging me to piece together the ritual, to trace the glyphs, to follow the flicker to its source. My hands shook, torn between fear and fascination. I could feel the pull deep in my chest, magnetic and insistent. I understood then that the cabin had waited years for someone to complete this, and I was that someone. The flicker paused, hovering above a corner where the walls met. Shadows aligned perfectly with the glyphs there, forming a shape that felt alive. My pulse thundered. I moved toward it, senses screaming, yet entranced. The whispers whispered one final instruction, incomprehensible yet undeniable. I reached out, hand trembling, drawn toward the convergence of light, shadow, and pattern. As I touched the wall, the flicker flared, illuminating the cabin fully for a heartbeat. In that instant, I saw all the glyphs, all the objects, all the shadows, every pattern connecting, every line converging on this single point. I gasped. The whispers ceased. The cabin exhaled, and I understood, even as fear and fascination battled within me. I had arrived where the cabin wanted me, at the heart of its purpose. The flicker dimmed, leaving me in half-light. The whispers had vanished, but their presence lingered in my chest, in my mind. I felt both dread and a strange exhilaration. The cabin had shown me its secret, and I had followed. But one thought remained, gnawing at the edges of reason. What would happen next? The cabin had revealed its heart, but its intentions remained unclear. I stepped back, chest heaving, staring at the place where the flicker had paused. The shadows were still, the glyphs silent, but I could feel the pull, faint now but persistent. The cabin had chosen to reveal, but it had not revealed everything. A lingering question remained, gnawing at my curiosity. What waited beyond understanding, just out of reach, in the deeper folds of this place? The moment I thought the cabin had revealed all its secrets, the air shifted. A stillness fell, heavier than before, pressing against my ears. The flicker of light from the previous night had vanished, leaving only shadow, yet I could feel movement in the darkness. Not movement I could see, but movement in the air itself, a subtle vibration that crawled along my skin. Then it came, a whisper, soft, almost impossibly distant, threading through the cabin like a fragile thread. My name, Kashif. It was so faint I almost doubted my own hearing, yet it wrapped around my mind, demanding recognition. My breath caught. My heart refused to slow. I strained to listen, leaning into the sound, feeling my own pulse echo the rhythm of that barely their voice. I took a step toward the direction it seemed to come from, though the shadows offered no guidance. The floorboards groaned under me, but not enough to mask the whisper. Each step stretched the silence around me taut, and I felt as if the cabin itself were holding its breath, watching me, waiting for me to respond. The voice called again, a shade louder, lingering just at the edge of comprehension. Kashif. I followed it, each footfall a careful negotiation with fear. The room stretched, though nothing had changed. Shadows clung to corners, pooling unnaturally, and I noticed faint lines in the walls I hadn't seen before, scratches or etchings, imperfect circles interwoven with jagged streaks. They seemed deliberate, almost guiding me along a path only I could perceive. The whisper followed, fading and returning, teasing me closer, yet never fully revealing its source. I reached for the nearest wall, fingers grazing the rough wood. A chill bit through my skin, raising goosebumps in defiance of the warm air. The whispers pressed closer, layering over one another like a chorus of fragile glass. My name repeated, soft, insistent. I realized I wasn't just hearing it. The cabin was shaping the sound to reach me, to pull me deeper into its hidden folds. I paused, forcing myself to breathe evenly. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was this a trick of memory? Of fatigue? The logical part of me screamed that it was impossible, that I was imagining things. And yet my chest tightened, my limbs tingled with anticipation and fear. I could almost touch the voice, could almost feel the source hidden behind walls of shadow and quiet. A sudden movement caught my eye, a flicker of shape near the far corner of the room, barely distinguishable from darkness itself. I blinked and it was gone. The whisper returned, a sigh now beckoning, taunting, yet impossible to locate. I followed instinct, drawn toward that corner, heart hammering, thoughts scattered. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last, though the cabin swallowed most sound. It was like walking through water, resistance all around, yet the pull could not be denied. The air thickened, scented faintly of old wood, dried leaves, and something metallic, faint but unmistakable. My skin prickled, my hair standing on end. I reached the corner. Nothing visible greeted me, yet the whisper had become insistent now, repeating my name like a fragile echo in a hollow shell. Kashif. I pressed my hand against the wall and the chill deepened, radiating through my arm. The cabin responded to touch, the air vibrating in recognition. I stepped back, heart racing. My flashlight flickered weakly in the distance, barely illuminating the jagged shapes on the floor. Shadows stretched along the walls, twisting subtly as if alive. I realized the cabin wasn't just a building. It was a living presence, one that could sense my fear, my attention, my hesitation. The whisper didn't call to me. It called through me, winding into my thoughts, probing memories I hadn't yet admitted. I leaned closer to the far wall, straining to hear. The whisper became a voice now, more articulate yet still fragmented. My name repeated, interspersed with syllables I couldn't parse, a language I half recognized from the patterns etched into walls and objects. The cabin's rituals, I realized, weren't confined to the tangible. They existed in sound, in rhythm, in memory. The whisper carried knowledge I couldn't yet comprehend, and I wanted it desperately, even as terror clawed at my chest. A faint vibration ran through the floorboards beneath me, subtle at first, then stronger, like a pulse syncing with the whisper. I froze, every nerve alert. My mind raced. What was the cabin trying to tell me, or warn me against? The shadows stretched toward me, not with malice, but with intent, guiding, urging, insisting I move forward. My hand traced the wall again, following the invisible path etched in memory and echo. I reached a small alcove I hadn't noticed before. The whisper softened here, almost intimate, coaxing me forward. I leaned in, peering into the darkness, expecting to see the source, some figure lurking just beyond sight. But there was nothing, only silence and shadows. Yet the feeling of presence was overwhelming, like eyes watching from every angle, unseen but undeniable. The whisper lingered, fading now, slipping between perception and imagination. I whispered back, a half-formed, desperate attempt to claim the sound. "Who's there?" My own voice sounded alien in the stillness, swallowed immediately. The cabin exhaled, the air thick and warm against my skin. A faint hum emerged from the walls, resonating with my heartbeat. I realized then that the whisper was not distant. It had always been inside me, threaded into my senses, inseparable from my awareness of the cabin. I stepped back, breathing hard, pulse hammering. The flicker of light returned faintly, dim and uneven, illuminating objects I had not seen before. Small jars, carved figurines, papers etched with the same glyphs I had traced before. Each object seemed to vibrate subtly, alive in the half-light, aware of my presence. The whisper had moved, carried by the shadows, teasing me toward these artifacts, but now retreating, almost mocking. I followed the pull, careful, each step deliberate. The floorboards groaned, the cabin's scent shifted, metallic now, stronger, mingled with wood smoke, cold and ancient. I reached for one of the jars, fingers brushing the rough surface. The whisper flared, urgent now, closer than ever, yet impossible to locate. My breath caught in my throat. The cabin was alive, sentient, and I was entangled in its web, drawn forward by curiosity and compulsion I could barely resist. A sudden realization struck me. The whisper wasn't just calling me, it was testing me. Each step I took, each object I touched, each shadow I followed, it observed and reacted. The cabin had patience beyond human comprehension, and I was only beginning to understand the rules. My chest tightened as I realized I had no control here. I was part of its design, drawn by my own fascination and fear. The whisper softened again, almost a sigh now, a caress of sound brushing my ear. "Kashif," it called, fatting slowly as if retreating into the walls themselves. I strained to follow, stepping forward, heart in my throat. But the sound dissolved into silence. The cabin exhaled, the shadows pooling in corners, waiting, patient. I realized I had reached a threshold. An answer had been offered, yet it was incomplete, a glimpse only. The voice had called, but it had not stayed. I stood alone, trembling, aware of every heartbeat, every breath. The flicker of light had vanished once more, leaving only shadows and faint impressions of shapes I could barely discern. The whisper lingered in my mind, fading but persistent, a question I could not answer, a call I could not fully follow. I understood then that the cabin had revealed part of its secret, yet the greater truth remained just out of reach, tantalizing and terrifying. I backed away from the alcove, hands brushing the walls for balance, shadows stretching with me. My mind raced with possibilities. Who or what had called my name? Was it the remnants of the previous occupants, their voices etched into the wood and air? Or was it the cabin itself, a sentient presence shaping perception, weaving a reality I could barely comprehend? I didn't know. I only knew that I had been summoned, observed, and partially revealed something too vast for understanding. I reached the center of the room, chest heaving, trying to steady my racing thoughts. The cabin was silent now, yet the air hummed faintly with anticipation, like it was waiting for me to act, to respond, to discover the next piece of its design. My mind was a whirlpool of questions and dread. The whisper had faded completely, but its presence lingered in the corners of my consciousness. I could still hear it if I focused, still feel its pull if I let my imagination roam. I stepped toward the door, hesitant. The cabin seemed to breathe with me, exhaling with each movement, the shadows moving subtly, almost imperceptibly. I realized I had been changed, touched in ways I could not yet comprehend. The whisper was gone, yet I could sense it in every corner, every shadow, every creaking floorboard. The cabin's presence was patient, eternal, and I was only a visitor, brief, fragile, human. And then, as I reached for the handle, a final breath of sound brushed my ear, impossibly soft, almost imagined. "Kashif." It faded before I could respond, leaving only the echo of uncertainty. I froze, hand trembling, the unanswered call reverberating in my mind. The cabin exhaled one last time, shadows settling, secrets kept, leaving me with a lingering question. Had it called me, or had I called it? I backed away, stepping into the half-light, the air thick with possibility, dread, and the faint memory of a voice that might never speak again.